Good morning, everyone. Let me welcome all of you to the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of April the 22nd, 2025. As we begin this morning, we will start with Commissioner Wilson, who will introduce her guest, who will be bringing the invocation. Following the invocation, Commissioner Wilson will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Then after that, we will have Dr. Jeffrey Williamson will be reading proclamations, one recognizing Earth Day, 2 Denim Day, and then he'll introduce the H2O Pipeline Student Recognition. We have several students who have joined us this morning, and we'll be recognizing them. With that, Commissioner Wilson, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and good morning, everyone. I am extraordinarily honored to introduce Pastor Igor Jonker. I look at him because I'm so embarrassed to try to pronounce his name. He is the son of missionaries and has been married himself for 15 years. He was ordained as a pastor for 7 years. Igor is currently pursuing his third college degree, a master's in theology. In every way, he has dedicated his life to serving his faith. Pastor Igor has contributed to the planting of 2 Brazilian churches here in Florida and supported the development of the Brazilian ministry at First Baptist Orlando. Currently, he serves as pastor at Sunlight Community Church in Winter Garden. After opening last year, this branch of the church has flourished, offering congregants in both English congregations services in both English and Portuguese to serve our district's vibrant, growing Brazilian community. We first got to know Sunlight Community Church when they graciously hosted a Developmental Disability Awareness Day with our very good friends at Magical Self-Advocacy. The church showed a really genuine openness and willingness to go above and beyond in welcoming all attendees with open arms, even as the event stretched late into the evening. It speaks volumes towards the positive role that they aim to play in serving their mission and our people. This morning, his invocation will be translated with the help of Ligiani, and so we're going to invite them both up. This is also a dedicated member of the church. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming to our chambers Pastor Igor Jonker.
É uma grande alegria para a Igreja Sunlight
It is a great joy for Sunlight Church
servir e contribuir de diversas formas
to serve and contribute in various ways
com o desenvolvimento da nossa sociedade,
to the development of our society,
promovendo um espírito de cooperação mútua,
promoting a spirit of mutual cooperation,
respeito
respect,
e valorização em todas as esferas da vida
and the value of life in every sphere of our
em nossa
community.
comunidade. Somos profundamente gratos à liderança aqui
We are deeply grateful to the leadership here
pela oportunidade
for the opportunity
de elevarmos uma oração àquele que é o Senhor de todas as coisas,
to lift up a prayer together to the one who is the Lord of all things,
clamando por sabedoria,
claiming for wisdom,
paz e justiça
peace and justice
em cada decisão
in every decision
tomada nesse lugar.
made in this place.
Vamos orar.
Let's pray.
Nosso Pai bondoso e perfeito,
Our gracious and perfect Father,
reconhecemos que Tu és o Criador de todas as coisas
we acknowledge that you are the creator of all things
e aquele que tudo pode realizar.
and the one who holds all power.
A Tua palavra
Your word
nos convida a pedir sabedoria
invite us to ask for wisdom.
e é isso que fazemos nesse momento.
And so is that what we do right now?
Pedimos que o Senhor derrame sabedoria sobre cada pessoa aqui presente.
We ask that you pour out wisdom upon each person present here today.
Sabedoria para ver,
Wisdom to see,
ouvir,
to listen,
falar,
to speak,
agir,
to act,
decidir
to decide,
e até mesmo reagir.
and even to respond.
Sabedoria para cada passo da caminhada
Wisdom for every step of the journey
e as responsabilidades assumidas por cada um.
and for the responsibilities that each one carries.
Assim como o Senhor deu sabedoria a Abraão,
Just as you gave wisdom to Abraham,
Moisés
Moses,
e Davi
and David
para liderarem seu povo em tempos difíceis,
to lead your people in the challenged times,
pedimos que o mesmo espírito de sabedoria
we ask that the same spirit of wisdom
venha sobre cada líder nesta casa.
rest upon each leader in this house.
Que a tua presença
May your presence
conduza cada movimento nesse lugar
guide every moment in this place.
e que daqui
And may
saiam decisões que reflitam justiça,
the decisions made here reflect justice,
paz
peace,
e vida plena
and fullness of life
para a nossa cidade.
for our city.
Trazemos esses pedidos ao Senhor
We bring this request to you because
porque o Senhor nos convida a pedir.
you yourself have invited us to ask.
Te buscamos
We seek you
porque o Senhor acolhe os corações humildes e quebrantados.
because you welcome humble and contrite hearts.
Obrigado, Pai,
Thank you, Father,
por ser um Deus
for being a God
que ouve,
who hears,
acolhe,
receives,
direciona
directs,
e caminha todos aqueles que confiam em Ti.
and walks with all who trust in you.
Que este dia seja marcado pela Tua direção
May this day be marked by your guidance.
neste lugar.
In this place,
Que haja vida,
let there be life,
que haja justiça,
let there be justice,
que haja alegria.
let there be joy.
Em nome de
In
Jesus.
Jesus' name,
Amém.
amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Buenos días. Buenas noches. Ay. So suave, usually we don't even see this. ¿Está bien? Sí, el tráfico.
All right, thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you very much, Mayor and Pastor. Thank you very much for that wonderful invocation. As the Mayor mentioned, there are two proclamations for today and a special presentation to follow. The first proclamation is for Earth Day. Earth Day. And the proclamation reads, whereas Orange County is holding events for all ages throughout the month of April designed to inspire action, foster education, and promote environmentally friendly practices. And whereas Orange County is committed to achieving 100% clean, renewable energy for its operations by the year 2035, exemplified by the expansive solar array at the Northwest Water Reclamation Facility and the Southeast's largest floating solar array at the Southern Regional Water Supply Facility, which annually generates approximately 1.9 gigawatt hours to help power operations and reduce costs. And whereas Orange County's Green Place program continues to protect environmentally sensitive lands and offer nature-based recreation to residents, and for 2 consecutive years, the Orange County Environmental Protection Division received the Diamond Award from the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council for outstanding environmental achievements. And whereas the Orange County Convention Center opened a new electric vehicle charging hub in partnership with the Orlando Utilities Commission and hosted an extensive solar giveaway to promote renewable energy adoption and carbon footprint reduction. And whereas the UF IFAS extension fosters a sustainable future through education and hands-on programs that train residents to practice Florida-friendly landscaping, gardening, resource conservation, responsible agriculture, water efficiency, and waste reduction across our community. And whereas Orange County is proud to be recognized as a Tree City USA community for the past 18 consecutive years, maintaining its commitment to tree planting, protection, and urban forestry management. Now, therefore, Jerry L. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim Tuesday, April 22nd, 2025, as Earth Day in Orange County, Florida, and call upon our residents and businesses to make smart energy choices and demonstrate environmental stewardship and compassion for future generations. Done and ordered this 22nd day of April, 2025, signed by the Mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Accepting the proclamation is Renee Parker, manager of the Orange County's Environmental Protection Division. Ms. Parker.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, Comptroller Diamond, County Administrator Brooks. In Orange County, nature doesn't just surround us, it enriches our lives. From Lake Apopka to the St. Johns River, from the Green Eyes Wildlife Preserve to the Eagles Roost Trail, we don't have to look very far to explore, recharge, and connect with the earth and with each other. I'm proud to accept this Earth Day proclamation on behalf of the Environmental Protection Division, along with my colleagues from the Office of Sustainability and Resilience, Utilities, our Public Works, Zoning Department, and UF-IFAS and others who are finding innovative ways to protect natural resources and safeguard the well-being of our community. Thank you for your support, our vision, and helping us protect what makes Orange County so special. We have met our colleagues and a ton of volunteers in the back that help with a lot of our Earth Day activities, so please come up and join in a picture.
Isn't it true? True story. We should bring some up back here. Oh my goodness gracious. I know. Thank you, everybody.
All right, thank you, Renee. Thank you, Department, and our Department Directors as well. Our second and final proclamation today is for Denim Day. Denim Day. And the proclamation reads, whereas the month of April is National Sexual Assault Awareness Month, calling attention to the fact that sexual assault and harassment is widespread and harms our community. And whereas statistics show that every 2 minutes, someone in the United States is sexually assaulted, with approximately 1 in 5 women and 1 in 33 men raped at some point in their lives. And whereas the Denim Day movement is a worldwide effort that started as a grassroots protest against a controversial Italian Supreme Court decision in which a sexual assault conviction was overturned because the victim was wearing tight jeans at the time of the attack. And whereas Denim Day encourages everyone to stand in solidarity with survivors of sexual violence and speak up when they hear comments that blame victims or make light of sexual harassment and assault. And whereas with proper education and comprehensive prevention projects, sexual violence and its unfair traumatizing impacts are preventable. And whereas Orange County strongly supports the Victim Service Center of Central Florida in its efforts to heal victims, educate and train the community, and stop sexual violence before it starts. Now, therefore, Jerry O. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim Wednesday, April 30th, 2025, as Denim Day in Orange County, Florida, and call upon residents to wear jeans on Denim Day to help spread awareness about the physical and emotional trauma that accompanies sexual assault and to show support for survivors in our community. Done in order this 22nd day of April, 2025, signed by the Mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Accepting this proclamation is our friend Louis Damiani, the Executive Director of the Victim Service Center of Central Florida. Mr. Damiani.
Good morning, Mayor Demings and Commissioners. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here to recognize Denim Day again this year for the 11th year. Orange County was actually the first ones to get on board and support us in this effort. I'm Louis Damiani, and I'm the Executive Director of Victim Service Center. And for 26 years, the organization that started in this room, the Victim Service Center, has been providing help and healing for victims of violent crime, sexual assault, and other kinds of traumatic events. We are the only certified rape crisis center serving the entire Central Florida community of Orange, Osceola, and Seminole counties. Unfortunately, more than once a day, on average, my team responds to a rape victim in crisis and provides forensic exam services and support 381 times alone this past year. We also answered 2,000 calls on our sexual assault 24-hour helpline, and we conducted over 3,500 individual therapy sessions. And all of our services were provided at no cost to our clients, thanks to the support of Orange County and other local government sources. So the problem is real, and that's why each year we lead a one-day community-wide rally to visibly stand against sexual violence and to show our support for survivors here in our community. Every year we get more and more champions, just like Orange County has been for the last 11 years, and those include Osceola County. I was there last night. City of Orlando, Orange County Public Schools will be there this evening, City of Apopka, City of Sanford. All of our largest cities and counties have followed your lead and also support us in this effort and also engage their employees, along with countless other businesses across our community. The best part about Denim Days is totally free, right? And it's super, super easy to participate, and anyone can do it. All you got to do is wear your denim on Denim Day. That's April 30th, a week from Wednesday. Tag us, take a picture of yourself or of your group at work in your denim, and tag us using the hashtag Denim Day at VSC Florida. And then share with others why you're doing it, to stand in support and solidarity with survivors and take a stand against sexual violence. Super simple. You can find all the information you need on our website, victimservicecenter.org. If you start typing the word victim, we will be the #1 Google search. There, you'll find a whole page. We got a 90-second video that way more concisely than me explains what it is and why you should get involved. You can download posters like this and other resources so you can lead your own campaign within your workplace. Together, by wearing jeans on Denim Day and taking a photo and sharing it across social media, we can show support for survivors, and we can normalize the conversation around sexual violence. The simple act of wearing your jeans on Denim Day can change how people think and talk about sexual assault and harassment, so I encourage you to get on board. And I thank you again for your time and for having me here today and for being such a champion and a supporter of our cause. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we have some very special guests here with us today as well. They're in the front section over here. We are here to talk about a very special recognition for our H2O pipeline program. I'm going to call on Ed Torres. He's the Director of Orange County Utilities to make this special presentation. Ed.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, and Comptroller Diamond. I'm here today to recognize some very special guests, the third and largest graduating class of our H2O pipeline program, with over 20 students this year. We're going to start by playing a short video clip of the program. Miles, can play that?
the H2O pipeline. There's a lot that I like about it. It's an opportunity for like us to like learn, have education, to get a job at a wastewater plant, and it's great.
Orange County Utilities, we're really giving back to our community, teaching high school students to meet that need, that deficiency of operators that we have in our country. Because in the U.S., we have a shortage of operators. That's the need that we're trying to meet. And we have more and more operators retiring each day with not enough new future operators joining the industry. So that's the need that we have at hand.
H2O pipeline is a great class to take as it helps you build a career. It can help you follow your dream. It can help you with anything. If you want to work in H2O pipeline, this is the best class to take as they help you so much hands-on experience they give you. It's amazing.
So as you heard, the H2O pipeline program is one of the ways that Orange County Utilities gives back to our community. And this is provided in a great partnership with Orange County Public Schools and the American Water Works Association. Under this program, we're providing career training for students in the water and wastewater field. And for our students, this classroom to career opportunity often pays more than careers that require college degrees. It also provides them with a broad array of progression opportunities. I really want to thank you for your continued support of this program that has a direct and positive impact in our community. I also want to recognize our incredible staff who transfers this knowledge to the students with lots of passion, making this material fun, while understanding its critical importance. Specifically, I want to recognize Magali Colon, Magali, Jessica Green, with a ball of energy there. Jessica, where are you? Yeah. And Bridget Tolley, who have been instrumental in the delivery of this program, as well as the entire team at Orange County Public Schools and University High School, who also supported us and from the beginning understood the importance of programs like this. Joining us today, we have Carol Tingley from Orange County Public Schools Career and Technical Education. And I also want to recognize Rosa Grant, also from the Career and Technical Education, and Mr. Tom Odd, the principal at University High School. We couldn't do this without them, and thank you again. So this year, we have 21 students, again, our largest class ever, that through their own dedication and commitment have completed their wastewater treatment operator course and have passed all the corresponding tests. This now allows them to take the state test, and they're eligible to apply to a paid apprenticeship program right here at Orange County Utilities. So now, without further ado, I present to you the 2025 H2O pipeline graduating class. Congratulations, and again, at this time, if you can come to the front for a quick picture recognizing your achievement.
Congratulations.
All right, we're going to move forward on our agenda at this time. And again, we do acknowledge the students who participated in our H2O program. I know the future is bright as they are leaving. I know as the school year begins to wind down, they got to get back into school. I'd like to invite members of the public who are present to come forward regarding topics of interest or concern that are within this board's authority. However, there are certain matters which are not appropriate for public discussion during this public comment period. These matters would include pending procurement or land use issues or concerns that should properly be brought to another board rather than this board. Also, this afternoon we will solicit public input during each of the public hearings scheduled. At this time, I'm going to look to Mr. Thal Mueller to see if we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard at this time.
Just a point of clarification. My name is Mike Rosso. I'm stepping in for Nick Thal Mueller. And we have 26 speakers, Mayor.
All right. Well, each of the speakers, we're going to give you 2 minutes this morning to make your comments. That 2 minutes will go very quickly. So try to be as succinct as you possibly can. With that, we'll start with the first speaker.
Our first 4 speakers are Zachary Modoff, Justin Harvey, Nicole King, and Jay Madigan. Please line up over on the far wall. And before you begin speaking, please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Zachary Moldoff. I reside in the 32792 zip code, and I'm not so comfortable with saying my whole address. Thank you, commissioners and mayor and staff, and to the county in general for the opportunity to come down here and speak. It hasn't been easy to figure out how to navigate these conversations of shifting skateboarding from something that's prohibited and potentially criminalized in our community to something that is recognized for its extreme benefits. And there is an added layer of pressure on me because the state has given me the opportunity to create the first annual Florida Skate Heritage Fair, which means that I'm expected to produce results, and there's not really a precedent for me to look to for how to get those results. So I'm in a tough spot. And on top of that, skateboarders sometimes have oversimplified ideas about how to navigate these tasks. And me personally in my life, I don't have good examples and mentors to think of that have shown me how to navigate situations like this. But I'm in a position where there's a ton of pressure on me, and I feel like I've done everything to find a positive conversation with the Sports Commission for how to get some support for the Florida Skate Heritage Fair and for how to get the commission to take skateboarding more seriously, and it's not happening. And I'm not naive enough to believe that that's because someone has some type of villainous agenda or because someone seeks to do ill. But I'm also not naive enough to believe that the opportunities that are at hand are not, it is what the Sports Commission is looking for, Olympic skateboarding opportunities. And if they're not going to take it seriously, I'm uncertain what to do. And if I have to go back to the state and then answer for what I'm accountable for, I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to go ahead without making like some kind of static at this point. And I'm just looking for help. And thank you.
All right. We do have members of the Sports Commission who are in the audience today. They've heard what you've said. All right. Next speaker, please.
My My name is Justin Harvey. I live at 103 South Osceola. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. Over the last 6 months, 23 cities and counties have ended the practice of water fluoridation. 16 of those 23 decisions were unanimous. This came after a federal court ruled that fluoride poses an unreasonable risk to pregnant women and children, specifically citing lower IQ, and shortly after our state Surgeon General advised all communities across the state to end fluoridation. I commend all those local municipalities and counties that were brave enough to make a bold decision, get out in front of this, and err on the side of caution, protecting their public. We elected them to make the difficult decisions, not just the easy ones. They acknowledge the growing health concerns, and most of all, the informed consent, because it's not right to force a medicine via the water supply, which is what fluoride is. And there's many inexpensive ways to get it, unlike 50 years ago. For many people, it became a no-brainer, hence the unanimous decisions. It was exciting to watch all the other cities, but meanwhile, I'm embarrassed for my own county. Orange County, not only Orange County, but Ocoee, Orlando, Winter Park, and Maitland have refused to have the discussion. And everywhere around us was talking about it. Lake, Polk, Volusia, Brevard, and Seminole, the county removed it. Longwood and Lake Mary were unanimous. Oviedo took public comment and kept their system off until further notice. Silence in Orange County. 40 entire counties across Florida have either never fluoridated or currently don't. And I was shocked to learn places like Claremont, Winter Garden, Winter Springs, Castleberry, Apopka do not add fluoride to their water. It's truly deja vu, because 2 years ago I was in here with 20-plus meetings with firefighters and vaccine-injured people until the state stepped in, passed legislation to take away your power to force medicate people with the COVID vaccine. Here we are again, 20-plus meetings, this time all around the state, until the legislature is going to step in and take away your power to force medicate with fluoride. Just like the vaccine, fluoride is medication with risks. You have ignored the risks and refused to have the conversation. People deserve a choice, and I'm grateful the state's about to give them that. I'm honestly not a fan of the state taking away your local power, but in this case, when you're incapable of making decisions and forcing a medication, I'm glad they're stepping in. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you for your comments. Of course, that is a complex issue, and there are many experts who are not in agreement. Dr. Pino is our Health Services Department Director who is here, and his team, they are evaluating it. Of course, many of you know at this time there's a healthy debate going on in Tallahassee, and legislatively we are watching as the legislation this session moves forward. It may provide some clarity to the position that the state of Florida may take on this issue. But our goal is not to politicize public health. That is not the role of government. Okay. With that, thank you for the acknowledgement. But to everyone here, just as a reminder, we don't allow the making of noise of any type based upon what is said here. So we want to maintain the decorum, and we want you to be here present for all of the discussions. So just keep that in mind. That would be your warning. Otherwise, if you continue, then we will ask you to leave. Okay. With that, we'll move to our next speaker.
Yes, sir. My name is Nicole King. I reside in Sorrento, Florida. Good morning. My name is Nicole, and I'm a registered nurse in the Central Florida area that has stood on this podium numerous times highlighting what I was seeing in real time during the pandemic related to the COVID-19 vaccines. I was typically met with remarks that this county was just following the science, that at the time the current administration was the driving factor on how this county was following the guidelines provided. So I'm here today to ask what makes fluoride in the public water systems any different. It was ruled a neurotoxin in 2006 and again in 2024 with a federal court ruling deeming it that an increased risk of any amount of fluoride being in the public water systems could cause potential health concerns. The federal court ruled that there was an unreasonable risk, especially to pregnant women and children as well. Fluoride is deemed a medical intervention where chlorine treats the water, fluoride treats the people. Toothpaste containers list poison control to be notified if certain amounts are ingested. Many think that the natural occurring fluoride is what is added to the public water, but it is not. It is a toxic byproduct that must be scrutinized to ensure that certain amounts do not cause health issues. Many think it can be boiled out of the water, however, it cannot. Once the water leaves the public water systems, no one can say in good faith how much in your communities are being absorbed or ingested by their communities. We are not calling to ban to access fluoride to everyone, but calling to stop mass medicating our communities without their consent. True informed consent would detail risks and allow the consumer to decide. However, none of this is currently happening in Orange County. It's calling this county to stand in solidarity to the right to bodily autonomy, informed consent, and medical freedoms. We hope that you will consider doing so despite the state ruling that we're waiting on to take place. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. We'll move to the next speaker.
Hello, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Jay Madigan. I'm a resident of Orlando. My wife and I live at 609 North Yola Drive in Orlando. Okay, my 2 minutes began. First, I got to say, my grandfather was a dentist before World War II. God rest his soul. He was for fluoride. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm here to speak in opposition to the proposed Tuscana development near Shingle Creek wetlands. This project would rezone 227 acres of farmland for over 5,000 residential units and 1,600 hotel rooms. Building something of this scale directly in the headwaters of the Everglades is not just short-sighted, it is dangerous. Why is it dangerous? Well, it's water quality, water quantity, and soil keeping it healthy. Shingle Creek is a vital part of Central Florida's flood control system. During extreme weather, this wetland network absorbs and redirects floodwaters, protecting homes, businesses, and infrastructure downstream. If we disrupt this system with pavement and buildings, we increase the risk of flooding across the region, a risk that will only grow as our climate changes. Yes, our climate is changing. This development also threatens critical habitat for species. And I want to jump ahead to say, you know where it is, but it's right between the Central Florida Parkway and State Route 417. But besides the obvious impacts, I'd like to highlight something often overlooked, the connection between water health and soil health. Just as healthy soil needs carbon microbes and biodiversity to function, so does water. Water remediation follows the same principles as soil remediation. And it's time we bring those principles together. We must stop treating wetlands as expendable and start seeing them as vital living systems that protect us and future generations. Finally, this kind of decision demands meaningful public engagement. The public needs to hear some clear, direct messages, managing water quality, managing water quantity, and keeping soil healthy. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Madigan.
Mayor,
we'll move
just
to
for a point
yes.
of record, that's a matter, he was speaking on a matter that will be a public hearing, I think fairly soon. And because it's a quasi-judicial matter, we just need to be sure that, for the record, those comments are included or noted when that public hearing comes forward. But it's just a procedural matter, Mayor.
All right, next speaker.
All right, next four speakers are Frank Vassell, Michael McCreet, John Greenwood, and Sharon Langclary. If you could please line up on that far wall.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners.
Good morning.
People of Orange County. Appreciate a few minutes to allow me to beg your consideration of this.
Just remember your name and your address, if you may.
My apology. Frank Vassell, 1438 Rainy Avenue, Orlando, Florida, 32825 in District 3. People must be paid wages in order to live on the earth. All of us arrived on the planet with nothing. Unless we inherit, receive as a grant, a gift, an award, or plunder Earth's resources, we must use our chemical advantage, muscle, to live. For-profit enterprises are not a viable, lasting means to provide living for people because efficiency goals, DOGE, competition, shareholder returns, lack of consumer demand, tariffs, eliminate human labor. A drastic new approach is two economies, the one currently run on competition and another which mimics the earth, built by the Almighty God in cooperation. Earth's systems cooperate. We need a new economy that cooperates, that calculates the value of labor and rewards the worker with wages, that he or she might live, being able to buy standard of living produced by the for-profit economy. I hope you'll consider this. Mayor and Commissioner, you may have no direct bearing on this. The Federal Reserve, our central bank, has a key role to play in rewarding work with wages. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Michael Lincoln McCrate, 1849 South Kirkman Road, apartment 1132, Orlando, Florida, 32811. First of all, I want to say, Mayor and Board of County Commissioner, happy Autism Awareness Month. This is one of my favorite months of April because we get to celebrate the autism community. And I also want to say to each and every single one of you, thank you all for coming out to our Disability Awareness Day on March 29th. And thank you for Commissioner Wilson of hosting Magical Self-Advocacy at your first annual Safety Expo in Horizon West. I got to see a lot of cool fire trucks and K9s and all that good jazz. But I am calling to ask for some assistance because I have hit a lot of roadblocks. So as you know, last year, back in June 14th, 2024, Governor Ron DeSantis has signed my supported decision-making law into place, which is going to require public schools to, that is in K through 12 schools, to require them to use supported decision-making before putting people in guardianship as a toolkit to provide students with disabilities. I've made multiple attempts to contact Orange County Public Schools, and I've honestly felt ignored. They've never gave me answers. I've left several messages. I've contacted the school board members. I even spoke at the school board meeting, had multiple people give me praise on what I've done for the disability community by passing this law, but I've had multiple people tell me, oh, we'll call you, we'll give you a call, we'll send you an email. Never even sent me an email. I go to the Orange County School Board office to park in the parking garage just to be threatened by a Orange County public school person. I don't know what to really do to get my voices heard about this new law, so if you guys can advise me, sorry if I went over time, but I would really like assistance on this. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. What I would tell you is that given what you have said, we don't have a specific jurisdictional authority there with the school district. They are an independent body with a governing board, separate and distinct from this board. However, we will share the fact that you were here today with them and that you'd like to engage with them in some way soon. Okay? All right. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Commissioners and Mayor and staff. My name is John Greenwood, 31 Eversole Lane, Iowa City, Iowa, 52245. And I'm here, I feel like on a mission to address a little bit on the opioid epidemic and primary prevention and what that really looks like. So I have a background in pharmacology and pharmacokinetics and dynamics and a bunch of other boring stuff, and then spent a decade in the OR training physicians on minimally invasive approaches to surgery. But that's really where I was seeing beyond my family who's been experienced opioid addiction, just how much better surgery can be when we rely on really great science instead of really great marketing from the opioid manufacturers. In fact, they spend $200 million a year directly marketing to providers and med schools. And I know even when I was in school, I was told opioids are not addictive. The problem is they are. And there is a real opportunity now with the opioid settlements to address still the underlying cause of a lot of opioid addictions, and that's overprescribing. In fact, Orange County has over 30 prescriptions per 100 people. That's not pills, that's prescriptions. If there's 100 people in here, 30 prescriptions, 30 people are getting opioids. And if you're on Medicaid, you have a 30% chance of getting addicted with that single prescription. But what is underlying here, what is a problem, is we have not taught doctors how to actually address pain. There's an entire generation of providers that spent 8 physical hours in med school, and they learned how to treat pain with those 8 hours, and it was under fraudulent practices. What we do and what we've been doing in Seminole County, particularly starting with Seminole County sheriffs, is working to address the physician's understanding and actually the support of how we can use alternatives to treat pain better. In fact, what we do is one of 3 things, or we do 3 things. We come in and we educate the providers and the entire staff on how to actually address pain. We provide each of the patients with the Prepared for Surgery toolkit, which has some really important things in here, like a drink that you should actually have the morning of your operation instead of fasted. There's just drug disposal kits in there as well. And we provide them with the nurse support to make sure that the physicians, and we're able to audit them and audit patients and help patients through their surgery so we can report back to the doctors how many opioids, pain pills patients actually need. It's been shown to have a dramatic impact. In fact, we were just published with the Rothman Institute and Drexel University Medical School in the most premier peer-reviewed journal of the Journal of the American Academy of Orthopedic Surgeons last month. And Seminole County has asked us to make a concerted effort to bring more awareness in the programming to Central Florida. That's why I'm going to be meeting a few individually with you, but I wanted it to be on the record.
All right. Before you leave, Mr. Greenwood, are you a physician?
I'm not. My background is in research, as I mentioned, and provider training. We've written CMEs on the subject. My co-founder is a PharmD, and we're basically a team of nurses.
Okay. What we'll do is kind of refer you to our drug-free office. We have a very long-standing program of bringing awareness to alternatives to the use of many different drugs, but certainly opioids. So we'll put you in touch with them, and that particular advocacy group may be able to be somewhat supportive to your efforts. Okay?
That's perfect. That's what I was hoping to get. So thank you. Tylenol, ibuprofen. It's a miracle combo.
All right. Thank you. All right, next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mayor Demings, commissioners. I'm Sharon Lang-Clary, and I live at 1377 Richmond Road in Winter Park, 32789. And I am the Senior Vice President of Community Impact and Partnership Engagement at Advent Health. But today I am representing and supporting both the Greater Orlando Sports Commission and Florida Citrus Sports. I have the honor of being the past chair of the Greater Orlando Sports Commission, and I'm currently the chairman of the board of Florida Citrus Sports, just to give you some context. We have the unique opportunity to continue to be the #1 city in the country, let that settle in, for attracting and hosting sporting events. I know you all are aware of this amazing accolade. I know I couldn't be more proud of our community. Your investment in our infrastructure, in our venues, the $626 million for improvements to Camping World Stadium and Kia Center are vital. So thank you. We will continue to attract top events, global impact events because of this. With that, we have got to be competitive with our bids. We have major competition out there with New York and Las Vegas, LA, Texas. I mean, you name it, everybody's going after these sporting events. And so today you're being presented for a vote on several events, WWE, WrestleMania, and more that will be at Camping World Stadium, as well as Kia Center, as well as the opportunity to host the Jacksonville Jaguars for an entire NFL football season at Camping World Stadium. That could be changing for our community. These events do so much more than just sell tickets, fill our hotels and our restaurants, send people to our parks. They showcase Central Florida as the destination to visit, but also to live. They inspire community pride, they create local jobs, they support communities and our residents who are in need. And lastly, they offer unique experiences for Orange County residents. So I ask you to support the vote today, say yes, and continue to support our community's economic vitality and our residents' livelihood. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. We'll be having a discussion later in the agenda regarding the use of TDT and sports incentive dollars. Okay, next speaker, please.
Our next four speakers are Amy Wise, Mac Reed, Salvador Chavella Vieira, and William Cabbins. If you could please line up on that far wall.
Just remember your name and address if you don't mind.
Amy Wise, 201 Regis Court, 32779. As the Senior VP, Global Marketing for Special Olympics International, and on behalf of our 75,000 athletes in Florida and 5 million athletes globally, and as a resident of the Orlando area for the last 15 years, I'm honored to stand before you today to advocate for a proposed package that will bring 3 major WWE events to Orange County. These events promise not only entertainment, but also substantial economic benefits and projected income, impact, earned media, and promotion of our beautiful community. But what I'd like to discuss is another significant benefit, supporting some of our most vulnerable individuals, specifically those with intellectual disabilities. WWE has consistently championed Special Olympics, contributing both funds and the invaluable time of their superstars. Their support enables us to provide free sports to individuals with intellectual disabilities, promoting inclusivity and joy. WWE superstars are more than celebrities to the Special Olympics community. They are friends and mentors to our athletes. They attend our local, regional, national, and global events. Their presence and engagement creates unforgettable experiences for our athletes, inspiring them and celebrating their accomplishments. By voting yes, you will not only bring world-class events to our Orange County, but also support a partnership that has had a meaningful difference in the lives of many. Thank you for considering the proposal and the positive impact it creates in our community and beyond.
All right, thank you, Ms. Weiss. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
Mac Reed, Mac Reed, 17670 North Lake Grove Drive, Winter Garden, 34787. Good morning, Mayor Demings and Orange County Commissioners. As Chief Impact Officer for Boys and Girls Clubs of Central Florida, and on behalf of the over 12,000 youth and teens that we serve, I'm honored to stand here before you today to advocate for the proposed package that would bring 3 major WWE events and 1 UFC event here to our region. Of course, it's always nice to hear about the positive economic impact that hosting these events would have here in Central Florida, but often overlooked is the impact that these organizations have on the local nonprofit partners in our communities like Boys and Girls Clubs. Boys and Girls Clubs of Central Florida has had an ongoing relationship with the WWE for the past 7 years. This relationship started out with them bringing to us a curriculum-based program, an anti-bullying program called Be a Star, with STAR standing for Show, Tolerance, and Respect. This brought with it some scholarship opportunities for Be a Star teen ambassadors, and rallies were held at clubs both here locally and nationwide through our network of Boys and Girls Clubs across the country. This evolved into annual support during the holiday season for gift drives and holiday parties for our clubs and for our members. Now, the focus of WWE support for Boys and Girls Clubs has expanded to include renovations of spaces and workforce development opportunities through a program called Super Spaces. Thank you for allowing me to share some examples with you this morning of how WWE works with the youth and teens in our community and how these organizations can positively impact not only the economy in our region, but also the nonprofit organizations like ours that serve those who need us most. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Reed. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. I am William Cavins, the Auxiliary Bishop of the Reformed Catholic Church here in Central Florida. I pastor Abiding Presence Faith Community, 4605 Curryford Road, 32812. I am also a member of the faith network of the Immigrants Are Welcome Here Coalition, a group of over 35 organizations that seek to advocate for immigrants in our community. I've provided each of you with the name of an Orange County resident who has been detained through the ICE procedures. This morning, as we watched the news, we saw for ourselves the body of Pope Francis, who the death yesterday is mourned throughout the world. The Pope spoke eloquently about the needs of addressing the immigrant community, marginalized people, the poor, and for peace. This morning, I would ask for the rest of my time that we observe a moment of silence, be we people of faith or not a people of faith, to think about what Francis calls us to do for building justice for all humanity. May God bless your deliberations today.
All right, thank you, Bishop. And we all do acknowledge the passing of the Bishop, Pope Francis. The Bishop is here. Thank you for your presence. All right. Next speaker, please.
Salvatore Chiarella Vieira. I'm the Operations and Community Engagement Manager with Equality Florida. My address is 507 Beverly Avenue. I'm actually a neighbor in Seminole County, Altamont Springs. Good morning, Commissioners and Mayor. I'm here today as a proud gender nonconforming Floridian and a child of an immigrant, and I'm here to support policies that ensure due process for immigrants through the 287G agreement. Specifically, I'd like to ask your support for policy to ensure that detainees are given a fact sheet with their basic rights and resources available in their own language, including how to contact legal help or a public defender, because everyone deserves to know their rights, and there is no reason language should be a barrier to that. Throughout our nation's history, LGBTQ+ immigrants have faced systematic denial of due process. LGBTQ+ immigrants seeking asylum have consistently encountered barriers to having their cases fairly evaluated, often facing deportation to countries where their lives are threatened. It is written in our history that our government has tossed aside due process, especially when targeting certain communities. It was just 60 years ago when the U.S. government was purging LGBTQ+ employees without any sense of due process. Today, LGBTQ+ immigrants in detention facilities continue to report discrimination, harassment, and inadequate access to legal representation. Without proper resources to track due process under 287G, we risk perpetuating this shameful legacy, and without resources to ensure that immigrants know their rights, we cannot continue to allow this to happen. Today, you have the freedom to take bold actions to guarantee due process to those detained. I support you and count on your leadership to enact this policy. Thank you.
All right, we'll be receiving an update from the board, to the board later today from Mr. Danny Banks, our Public Safety Director. And there are some emerging developments centered around immigration. Of course, most of the issues related to the immigration enforcement that is currently underway is outside of the authority of this board. Obviously, we or subdivision of the state, we're obligated to follow whatever laws the state imposes until such time that the courts or the competent authority deems them unlawful. And so we're in a space now, the nation's in a space where there are actions being taken, but the appropriate venue for the appeals of what is being done rests within either the federal courts or some other court, but truly not within the jurisdiction of this body. With that, we'll move to the next speaker, please.
Our next four speakers are Sylvia Leggett, Elena Greer, Terry Falbo, and Erica Gomez Terda. If you could please line up on that far wall.
Good morning. My name is Sylvia Leggett. I am a concerned and compassionate constituent of District 6, particularly the Pine Hills corridor. I rise today to support policies that guarantee due process for ICE detainees held under the 287G agreement in our county jail. Far too often, individuals are detained and transferred without fair hearings, legal counsel, or even the chance to contact their families. It echoes an era of slavery when Black bodies were held, moved, and erased from society without due process. We cannot allow history to repeat itself under a new system with familiar silence. That is why I support strongly a weekly data transparency and reporting. The public and this board must be able to track what happens from the moment of arrest. Justice delayed and hidden is justice denied. You have the freedom and the moral responsibility to take bold action. Let's not just talk about justice, let's guarantee it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Leggett. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Alana Greer. I'm an attorney and the director of Community Justice Project. I've been studying, reporting on, and litigating around ICE detainers and 287Gs for almost a decade. My address is 3000 Biscayne. I'm based out of Miami, but we work statewide. While state law has put some deeply troubling mandates on Orange County and others across the state, you still have power to act and to do what's right for our community. The county has the power to ask for data transparency, data the county corrections already collects, but that the board should be aware of how people got into the system, why they're being held, how long, and at what cost. The county can provide fact sheets with basic information about due process and how to contact legal resources, and the fact that the state law provides an exception for victims and witnesses that the county does not have to honor detainers for. You could pass a trigger ordinance that lays out what you will do the moment this law changes. And counties can and should challenge us in court. I appreciate Mayor Deming's point that much of this is going to be decided in a court of law. And we've had the privilege of representing cities, immigrant justice organizations, and churches challenging this mandate previously. Courts have found that it's unconstitutional, but they also said those groups don't have the standing to sue. Counties with jails do. I hope you take the opportunity to be a player in that and to make sure that there is a real opportunity for the courts to analyze this issue and to move forward with the fact that this is unconstitutional and should not be a mandate on y'all. You have the power to take bold action, and I hope you do that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Honorable Commissioners, my name is Terry Falbo, 1038 Windswept Court 34761. I'm Policy and Advocacy Coordinator for CARE Florida. We oppose involvement of local law enforcement in ICE raids because we feel this will make our communities, it's been shown, it actually makes them less safe, not more. Immigrants and Muslim citizens are already disproportionately targeted for surveillance and over-policing. As county commissioners, your duty is to protect all citizens and residents. We must refuse to be complicit in policies that sow fear and division, and we need to adopt policies that limit local involvement with unlawful ICE raids and detention of people that doesn't follow due process and prioritize the well-being of all in our country. So I'm hoping that people will find ways to have amendments or other things to trigger cancellation of the 287 agreement with ICE if and when it's no longer legally required because of these unlawful detentions of citizens and legal residents, and we should not be complicit in that. Today you have the freedom to take bold action to guarantee due process of those detained. So we support you and count on your leadership to enact all measures possible, including a trigger policy that would stop the erosion of due process. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Our next speakers are Samuel Delgado, Sarah Robinson, Megan Ginn, and Felipe Sousa Lebele. If you could please line up by the wall.
Hello, good morning. I'm Sam Delgado. I'm an organizer with Central Florida Jobs with Justice. And I'm here along with my colleagues to...
Your address,
Oh,
please.
yes. I live in District 5. I can found at 1015 East Colonial. I'm here to support a policy that would trigger the cancellation of this 287G agreement with ICE once it is no longer required. For many of the reasons that my colleagues before me have stated, doing what is within your power as soon as it is possible. And so, I want to appreciate those of you who have made commitments to follow through on that and urge the rest of you to join them in that support. We really want our immigrant communities to feel that they can trust this body to do its part to protect them and make them feel as welcome here in Orange County. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Robinson. I'm the pastor at Audubon Park Church. I've had the privilege to come and pray with you before meetings before. I'm also a board member at Hope Community Center in Apopka, and I am part of the Faith Leader Network
Can we get your address for the record?
of immigrants at All Are Welcome Here Coalition. My address is 1304 Tanager Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32803. I'm glad for the opportunity to come here today to support our immigrant family and to support you as you work to make sure every resident of Orange County is given support and safety. And most importantly, the proper due process that is crucial and guaranteed in the U.S. Constitution. I'm here to support the policies being introduced to guarantee due process for ICE detainees under 287G agreements in the county jail. Particularly, I am here to support data transparency and reporting on a weekly basis so that the commissioners and public can track what happens to detainees once they are arrested. I am here actually on behalf of Ms. Perez, a Guatemalan neighbor who is a U.S. resident but is afraid to speak out during this time. So I'm going to share to you her words. She says, "We need to maintain records of what happens to those who are detained so that their families know how to find them, how to get help, and so that their rights are respected. Everything that is happening with law enforcement helping ICE is very worrisome, because they are not even respecting the fundamental rights of the people. Even citizens are getting arrested. In my opinion, she says, we need that detained people are also made aware of their rights so that they know how long they can be detained for and how they can defend themselves. We need a way to record how long they are being held so that their fundamental human rights are protected. Today, you have the freedom to take bold action to guarantee due process of those detained. Thank you. I will be praying for each and every one of you.
All right. Thank you for your prayers. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Megan Ginn, and I'm here on behalf of the Faith Leader Network of the Immigrants Are Welcomed Here Coalition. I live at 221 Lantana Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32807. I am here to support a policy that will trigger the cancellation of the 287G agreement with ICE when it is no longer legally required, because it erodes trust with our community. As an active leader in my neighborhood, I have the privilege to help residents come together to solve local problems and really to start democracy at the neighborhood level. But recently, because of these agreements, I've seen neighbors become skeptical of inviting law enforcement into the community. They know the fear that it poses to our other neighbors. And when it comes to creating a safer community, they're afraid of what inviting law enforcement into the neighborhood could mean. And that's dangerous for all of us. I'm asking you to support a local policy that will trigger the cancellation of the 287G agreement with ICE when it is no longer required. Today, you have the freedom to take bold actions to guarantee due process of those detained. I support you and count on your leadership to enact this policy. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. I am Felipe Sosa Lazabalet, and I represent the Hope Community Center, and we are part of the Immigrants Are Welcomed Here Coalition. My address is 1016 North Park Avenue, Apopka, Florida, 32712. I learned English in this country, and I remember what it felt like not to understand what people around me were saying. Now imagine that happening while you're detained and your future is at stake. Orange County signed the 287G agreement at a time that people are being turned over to ICE and sent to places like a prison in El Salvador without any chance to speak to an attorney. Under the Trump administration, court orders are being ignored. Due process is being stripped away. Today, you have the freedom to guarantee due process for those detained. We support you and count on your leadership to enact these policies. Give every detainee a fact sheet in their language with their rights, the number for public defender's office, and a list of legal resources. It's a small step, but it could save someone's life. I want to take a moment to thank Commissioners Nicole Wilson, Dr. Kelly Martinez-Samron, Mayra Uribe, and Maribel Gomez Cordero for supporting proposals to protect due process. We especially thank Commissioner Wilson and Samrot for voting against the 287G agreement and for listening to the concerns and needs from those who are working with all immigrants, regardless of their immigration status. I'm holding here Dolores' story. She lost her children because her husband was detained. This is happening in our community. People are being disappeared every single day. As a matter of fact, every day I go to work, I have to work on 5 to 6 cases a day. As you continue to make decisions on this issue, we ask you to see our broad and diverse coalition as a partner and a resource. We are here, we are ready, and support bold actions to defend the rights of everyone in this country. We can't look away while people are being taken from our community in silence. I hope you take bold action. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speakers are Salvador Rosas, Sophia Glover, Jim Moyer, and Eric Gray. If you could please line up on the far wall.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Salvador Rosas, and I am the youth organizer at the Hope Community Center, 2100 Lakeview Ridge Circle. What was it?
Go ahead.
Oh, 2100 Lakeview Ridge Circle. I'm here to support data transparency and reporting on a weekly basis so that commissioners and public can track what happens to detainees once they are arrested. Because speaking on behalf of a sister-in-law of someone deported for not having a driver's license, my brother-in-law was transferred so quickly we didn't know where he had gone. He didn't remember his mother's phone number, so he couldn't call for family. This is important to take into consideration so that the families can follow up and receive information about the relatives in the event that they are not aware of where and what conditions they are detained and living. Having a process of where they are is a right that should apply to everyone. It's a question of justice and dignity of how we are treated as persons. And not only do I speak on behalf of this person, but also speaking in behalf of my whole community in Apopka, knowing that there are many children, many youth who I work with who fear that this may happen to their parents or any other relatives. So today, you have the freedom to take bold actions to guarantee due process of those detained. I support you and count on your leadership to enact this policy to the city beautiful. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
How are y'all
Morning.
doing?
It's a good morning.
It is a beautiful day. Well, my name is Sophia Glover, and my address is 2 East Hammond Drive in Apopka, 32703, and I work for Florida Rising, but I am here with the coalition. All immigrants are welcome. Oh, shoot. Okay. They said some real nice stuff up here. And we do recognize that your hands are tied to a certain extent. We do understand that. So we're not asking you to do anything that's not within your power to do. We are asking that for the detainees that be given fact sheets with their basic rights and resources available to them in their own languages, and include how to contact legal help, okay? If I was arrested today and sent to 33rd, I would have legal representation without a second thought, you know? And it ain't because of my money, a lack of. Well, it would be because of lack of, but they deserve the same. People who are being detained deserve that same right. Seriously, it's only fair. Some people don't speak English, or they just don't understand English that well, and families are being separated. Currently, I have a neighbor who's afraid to even come outside. You will not know anybody lived in that house because she's not a citizen, she's a resident, and she's afraid. So the fear factor is very real in the communities, and no one should have to feel like that. And someone says it's kind of resemblance of slavery. It is. When I look at the pictures on TV, I see slave ships, these slave planes. You know, the fact that they're jam-packed in these cells, and just, it's horrifying. So all we ask you do what you can do, give them, respect their rights, and make sure they know it.
Before you leave the podium, just one more time, your name, please.
Sophia Glover.
All right, got it. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, next speaker.
Mayor, Commissioners, Dr. Jim Moyer, 1811 Southern Red Oak Court, Ocoee, Florida. I'm the elected Orange Soil and Water Conservation District 2 Supervisor, elected last November, sworn in January. Because this year's legislative session is about to end and not too many actions have been taken, it looks as if Orange Soil and Water and 34 other conservation districts in the state will not be disbanded with almost certainty. What that could mean to some people is a big relief. What it means to me is we have a lot of work to do, because I frankly don't want to be on a list to be even considered to be disbanded. I want to be on a list and our board as the best soil and water conservation district in this state, if not the country. And which means we need a lot of help. And we will be coming to the Board of County Commissioners for help, hopefully in the near future. So please seriously consider it. As I've mentioned before, I spent 23 years with Salvation Army, and I had some great mentors. And I know there's a lot of educated people here on the dais and in the community. And I'm going to adapt a statement that one of my mentors once said. I have an EDD, MBA, CPA, CIA, BS, and AA. But if without love for life, all life, plant, animal, human life, all people, it's all MICKEYMOUSA. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
All right, thank you, Dr. Moyer. Next speaker.
Good morning, Eric Gray, 921 Spring Island Way from beautiful East Orange County. I'm here to follow up on something I raised almost 2 years ago during Mayor Deming's Tourist Development Tax Advisory Task Force. In one of our final meetings, I actually made a motion asking that Orange County hold itself to a higher standard than the state statute requires when evaluating how we invest tourist development tax dollars. No one seconded it, so there was no vote, and it died right there. Currently, we don't need an independent economic analysis to invest in attractions like aquariums, stadiums, or incentivizing WrestleMania to come back to Orange County. But if we want to invest that same money in something like public transit, safety, or infrastructure, the law does require an independent economic analysis. That's backwards. If we're dropping $500 million on a stadium or a new convention center ballroom, shouldn't we be just as thoughtful, if not more so, than when we would be investing in roads or transit? I'm not saying that these entertainment investments aren't valuable. In fact, I personally calculated the return on investment in each proposal during the task force, and the return on investment that had the greatest return was from the Greater Orlando Sports Commission. Their proposals were by far the most compelling, showing the greatest potential, but I had to base those numbers on what all agencies were self-reporting. That's not how we should be making $100 million decisions. We were told more than once that this chamber isn't the place to raise those questions. But the only reason not to ask for better data is because someone doesn't want us to have it. Is our reluctance to ask the questions because we just don't really want to know the answer? In requesting additional analysis, Mayor Demings had asked me if I was questioning Comptroller Diamond's analysis, and I said then, and I'll say it again, the accounting work coming from the Comptroller's office is top-notch. In fact, the best in Florida, but accounting is not economic forecasting. We have brilliant economist professionals across the country who do this work. For a few $1,000s, we can get real, independent, unbiased analysis so we know what we're actually getting for our investments. Please do the best you can for the residents of Orange County now and in the future. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Our last 5 speakers are Oscar Muniz, Kevin Parker, Trini Kidor, Matthew Grochowski, and Erica Gomez. If you could please line up on the far wall.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Oscar from the Farm Worker Association, Florida. My address is 1264 Apalca Boulevard, 32703. I'm here today to support a simple but powerful policy, one that ensures every detainee receives a fact sheet explaining their basic rights and available resources in their own language. This includes information on how to contact legal help or a public defender. This is important because many immigrants don't know they even have the right to an attorney, especially if they're not being held for immigration-related reasons. Others don't understand English well enough to navigate the legal system. Without clear, accessible information, people are left vulnerable, confused, and often silenced. The fact sheet is not just a paper, it's power, it's dignity, it's a step towards fairness. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Kevin Parker, Central Florida membership organizer for Florida Immigrant Coalition, Kissimmee, Florida 34744. Good morning, Mayor Dyer, County Commissioners. I want to start by sincerely thanking you for finding your voice and taking a stand against authoritarianism. I'm here in full support of the policies that you're introducing to make the 287G agreement that Orange County had to sign a little easier to swallow. Specifically, I want to commend you for prioritizing language accessibility, for introducing the policy that ensures that every detainee receives a fact sheet explaining their basic rights and available legal resources in a language that they can actually understand. This is not only a policy decision, but it's a commitment to human dignity. Every person, regardless of background, has the right to understand and to be understood, especially when interacting with the criminal justice system. Respecting someone's right to due process starts with making sure that they know what's happening to them and making sure that they have access to legal advice who can communicate with them. But thank you for taking that initiative. While this agreement was forced on you, you showed that you still have the power to shape how it's implemented. That's leadership. That's courage. That's resistance. And that's exactly what we need in moments like this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Parker. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Matthew Gerholski, 1701 Lee Road, Winter Park, Florida. Today I sit here and I think of Mahmoud Khalil, who was disappeared after politically disagreeing with this federal administration. I know lots of people that know Mahmoud. I know people that were in his college classes in Columbia. Yesterday, Mahmoud's wife, a U.S. citizen, gave birth to their son. Mahmoud's son will live his first few weeks at least without his father. I think of Juan Carlos, who was detained in Tallahassee despite being a U.S. citizen. His own mother came to that facility with his birth certificate in hand, and until public pressure reached a boiling point, they did not release him. And I think of the thousands of Orange County residents who are at risk. If it can happen at Columbia, it can happen at the University of Central Florida. It can happen at Rollins College. If it can happen in Tallahassee, it can happen here in Orlando. So today, I'm echoing not only the sentiments of these amazing people who came here today to testify before you, but I'm also asking for the creation of a county advisory and accountability board when it relates to immigration control enforcement. This would be similar to the police review accountability boards that the state preempted basically a few years back. I think that we need public oversight when it comes to immigration control, especially because our tax dollars are going directly towards it, especially as our police officers and corrections officers here in Orange County do become deputized to become ICE officers as well. So today I'm asking for your support and consideration of that board, because we've had so many advisory boards here on the county level. We can have one for immigration control. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Trini Quiroz, 2000 Hillcrest, Orlando. This is incredible. You come here to speak in certain issues and then you have to change your speech because you hear what everybody else is saying. This is a holy week where we commemorate the King of the world. And then we also sadly commemorate one of his leaders that passed away the same week. The King of the world was an immigrant that had to is this thing working? He had to run to Egypt as an immigrant, but he was not illegal. He was just an immigrant, the savior of the world. And then the other person who died today, another immigrant that left South America to be in Rome. Hundreds of years, centuries have passed, but what a coincidence. But to me, it's not a coincidence. But I was here to speak about something else. The homeless, the hopeless, those who you spend hundreds of millions of dollars fixing streets, fixing this, fixing that, the sort of fiasco. Nobody cares about the homeless who were not always homeless, but became homeless. I don't know what's going on anymore, but I'm going to tell you something. The Bible specifically says, what will it profit a man and a woman to gather the whole world, fame and riches, and at the end, lose their soul in hell? Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Quiroz. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Erika Gomez Tejeda. I'm with the Hope Community Center, Hablamos Español Florida, and the Immigrants Are Welcomed Here Coalition. I'm in District 4, Avalon Park, with Commissioner Maribel Gomez Cordero. I want to take just a moment to reflect for a second on the names that people were holding up and the names that you have in front of you, and just really close out the session on our behalf by reminding you that we're not talking about people in foreign lands. We're not talking about people in other countries. We're talking about people in this community who went through your system in the jail that you can control. I also want to thank those of you who have taken the time since the last meeting to meet with us. We're a coalition of 40 organizations, broad, diverse. Some are service providers, some are civic engagement, some are organizations that are healthcare organizations, mental health organizations, who work directly with the people that we are talking about and being detained, and who the majority are being detained for things that have nothing to do with immigration status, but driving on their way to work, making a wrong turn, not using their blinker, having dark lights, dark windows on their cars. Some of them don't have driver's licenses because we can't figure out how to get them some, right? At the end of the day, though, as you continue to have this issue come before you, it's not gonna stop today, and you're gonna be asked to make decisions on these. We want to encourage you to work with us as a broad and diverse coalition and see us as a partner and a resource so that you can ask us questions of what's happening on the ground and make proposals to address what is happening on the ground. We support your bold actions today for the rights of everyone, especially for those who are in need to ensure they have due process in the jail today. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Any other speakers?
That's the last of our speakers.
Okay. If there are no other persons who wish to be heard today during public comment period, we are going to close the public comment period at this time, and we'll move forward on our agenda. We're going to move to the consent agenda, and I'm going to ask the county administrator, Mr. Byron Brooks, to present the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mayor Demings. We have one item to pull from the consent agenda, and that's item C1C. It's the approval of the Membership and Mission Review Board, specifically the Environmental Protection Commission item. This item is being pulled by Commissioner Wilson for discussion this morning. And with that one item staff being pulled, staff presents the remainder of the consent agenda for board consideration.
All right, with that, do we have a motion
So
for
moved,
approval?
Uribe.
We have a motion by Commissioner Uribe.
Second, Gomez.
A second by Commissioner Gomez Cordero. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. In just a few moments, the item that was pulled, I will bring that up for Commissioner Wilson. But based upon the action that was just taken, I do want to highlight some key areas that was approved on the consent agenda. First, the board has taken a significant step towards advancing a new 528-unit affordable housing development in District 4 by approving the use of up to $130 million in tax-exempt bonds to be issued by the Orange County Housing Finance Authority. The applicant is working with the authority to secure the bond financing. The board's approval today allows the project to advance in the financing process. This action reflects Orange County's continued commitment to supporting efforts that expand affordable housing opportunities for residents and families throughout our community. Orange County Community Action is expanding its current partnership with Career Source of Central Florida. Career Source will provide an array of free career and vocational services within the Orange County Multicultural Center. These services will include free career counseling, workforce readiness workshops, and credentialing services. The Multicultural Center is one of 9 Orange County Community Action Centers offering programs, resources, and services to residents in every corner of the county. Our existing partnership with Career Source deploys these services within the other 8 community centers. With the action that we took just a moment ago, we also approved an amendment to our bus service agreement with Lynx. That is funded through our Accelerated Transportation Safety Program. Members of the board, as you may recall, this program provides $100 million for transportation needs over a 5-year period to both Lynx and Orange County, with transit operational improvements and the construction of new bus shelters being a major component of the safety program. And since the kickoff of the Accelerated Transportation Safety Program, Lynx has increased bus frequency for weekday and Sunday services on 5 bus routes. Additionally, a new route, Link 311, has been placed in the service connecting the Orlando International Airport to Disney Springs. These routes have seen an average 31% increase in ridership, and some routes as high as 63% more riders on weekdays and 81% more riders on Sundays. This has created a very affordable alternative for transit within our community for those who need transit in order to get to and from work. With the amendment, Lynx will increase weekday and Sunday frequencies on 5 more routes and extend existing routes to the new Pine Hills Transfer Center, a local connection point that eliminates the need of some transfers at the downtown Lynx Central Station. And since the start of the program, 12 Lynx shelters have been constructed and 8 bus shelters are currently under construction. A total of 264 shelters countywide will be installed pursuant to the Accelerated Transportation Safety Program. And now, I would like to take a moment to first congratulate our fire chief, Chief James Fitzgerald. Chief Fitzgerald, would you stand? Chief Fitzgerald has been an active member of the Orange County Fire Rescue Department since its inception, since it was created. He is the only person that has continued for these last 45 years. He has ascended in rank from a firefighter, EMT, to the fire chief, and has been the interim fire chief at times during his career, but he has been our full-time permanent fire chief for the last 6.5 years, thereabouts. So we owe him a debt of gratitude for his long, distinguished career of public safety here within our community. He has made a personal decision that he'll be retiring this June. After 45 years, I don't know if Chief Fitzgerald might be he's in the top 2 or 3 longest serving employees that Orange County has out of the nearly 8,000 employees. I would dare say that our fire department is one of the top fire departments in the nation because of efforts of Chief Fitzgerald, chiefs before him, and a very talented staff of individuals. And he's supported here today by members of his staff. When he advised me that he would be retiring, I wanted to replace him with the absolute best person that we could possibly find as the next fire chief here within Orange County. In my experience as a career law enforcement person and some of the other roles that I have played, I have been involved in the selection of numerous senior chiefs, whether that's in law enforcement or fire or in other endeavors. And the person that we intend to appoint, and really with the action that you just took, you affirmed my appointment of the next fire chief here within Orange County. He came from our ranks, well qualified, from having all the various command officer certifications, EMT, paramedic, masters from the University of Central Florida, a PhD from the University of Central Florida. And it is my honor to introduce to some of you and present to others the next fire chief for Orange County, Chief Anthony Rios, who is currently the Deputy Chief. I've had the opportunity to work with Chief Rios now for the last 23 years. Chief Rios, also a certified law enforcement officer. He was a reserve deputy sheriff a few years ago, and I was public safety director, and I was also a reserve deputy sheriff before I became the sheriff, the high sheriff here within Orange County. I've seen Chief Rios's maturation as an executive fire leader. His wife is a member of Orange County. Cindy Rios has been part of the executive assistant team for Orange County, and she currently serves as the executive assistant to the county administrator, Mr. Byron Brooks. Cindy, I don't know if Cindy, are you here? Yeah, okay. Congratulations to you as well, Cindy. So we got a great fire chief who we have great plans for him, and he has great plans for the Orange County Fire Rescue Department. Again, congratulations, Chief. He's straight out of New York, the Bronx. All right, we're going to move forward then on our agenda to the discussion agenda. The first, well, let me move back. I'm going to, Commissioner Wilson, the item that you pulled for discussion, C1C, we'll turn the floor over to you at this time.
Thank you, Mayor. I can't let this moment slip away, though, without trying to insert some joke about the passing of the torch not being an actual torch. I'm disappointed because we've seen the incredible talent in this division, and I'm really grateful. So I'm glad that we got to witness this, and I'm so glad to have served at this time and to be part of that incredible team. So, okay, so much less fun topic, but I wanted to ask the board if we could set aside this particular appointment at this time. The individual that the MMRB chose for the Environmental Protection Commission. As you all know, we went through a recent evaluation of the Environmental Protection Commission as a result of public engagement that I had regarding conflicts of interest and concerns about the ability to be impartial within the structure that it had. So I felt like we came to a pretty good place in adding some membership balance and just working through some of those conflicts discussions. I understand the value, the importance of having experts on the board. The reason why I'm actually asking for this particular individual to not be appointed today involves not just the benefit that his actual company, his personal benefit that's involved in environmental protection permitting, but that there is also a personal property issue involved, and he is currently in the midst of a litigation with other community members regarding a dock and boathouse permit on his own property. And so with the intent of trying to make sure evaluations are being done really for the pure sake of the mission of the Environmental Protection Commission, I would ask that at this point we set aside that particular appointment, either as a denial of the appointment or as a delay if there's some opportunity for that. I know that Renee sort of heard my concerns and understood, but I wanted to just bring that to your attention.
Let me just clarify. That item, we pulled the full item. There are 6 people.
The only one that really needed to be pulled was the Environmental Protection Commission appointment.
No, so we pulled because of that item.
Right.
So there's 6. So there's one category. I think you want to clarify
Right.
for the board.
That's correct.
Because there are 4 reappointments and 2 appointments.
So it's the category.
So you got
the category.
So you got the entire EPC is
Okay.
the entirety. So you just need to clarify which appointment or reappointment you're specifically speaking to.
The reappointment or the appointment of Peter Fleck to the Environmental Protection Commission.
Okay. Of course, the MMRB is a group of citizen volunteers who have the task of reviewing applications for various advisory boards or committees within Orange County's jurisdictional authority. And as such, there are certain criteria that the MMRB is entrusted to review and to ensure that the persons meet the county's standards for appointment. And I'm going to ask Cheryl Gillespie to kind of come forward. She kind of manages the agenda review process and the appointment processes, and I want her to just kind of, for the edification of the board, to share any information that she may have regarding Mr. Flex, because in this instance, we're not talking about the other persons who were nominated for appointment. Only in this case, based upon Commissioner Wilson's comments, she is only concerned about Mr. Peter Fleck. And the question, Cheryl, is does Mr. Peter Fleck meet the appointment standards established by the county?
Yes, sir, he does. He serves in the regulated business or municipality category, and he does meet the qualifications for that category. Mr. Fleck was actually up for reappointment last year, and that was when the board started reviewing the EPC's composition, and so it was pulled, and there was a group of them that were put on hold. So the MMRB decided, well, the MMRB liaison decided to go ahead and put him forward again, since he had already been recommended for reappointment.
And so how long has he served historically? And how long, if approved for this appointment, would his appointment be?
He was initially appointed October 12th, 2021. And his appointment would be for expiring
December 31st, 2025.
2025.
Okay, so if he's affirmed for reappointment, he's already served since 2021, and this reappointment will only go through December of this year.
Correct.
Okay, a matter of months. Okay, and so the other question perhaps is Commissioner Wilson gave some examples of where she thinks that there may be a conflict of interest.
Let me clarify.
Okay.
I don't believe it is under the definition that we have applied a conflict of interest. I am concerned with, in January, EPD, myself, we were all notified of ongoing litigation in regards to his own personal dock and boathouse that his division, the EPC, would be overseeing the permitting of. He 100% has, in my understanding of his history on that board, withdrawn his vote when there is a conflict of interest. My concern, and I don't have any examples of this happening in other boards, so I'm just not sure how to approach it other than to say that it does not provide me a great deal of confidence that the evaluations of the EPC aren't being somewhat tarnished by some of the evidence that has come forward in this litigation. I think it should be played out without our interference. It has nothing to do with us. And engaging in more permitting discussions with this particular appointee doesn't seem prudent for our moving forward with the Environmental Protection Commission's mission. So my request was that we, understanding something that wouldn't have come in with the resume, wouldn't have been evaluated by MMRB, but is of concern, I believe, to the integrity of the evaluations they do during permitting, is something that I wanted to bring up to this board.
Just kind of clarify for me when you say the litigation that, assuming you were referencing Mr. Fleck.
It's private litigation, him and individuals in his community regarding his own permitting of his personal property, his dock, his boathouse.
And so that is something before the courts, and that determination has not been made at this point.
The notification, and I, obviously the agenda came out on Wednesday. I tried to make sure I was acting expediently in raising my concern. But the last communication I got from the attorneys, and it was just a notice to me, but it appears that EPD was also noticed, was in January of 25.
All right, that is under an appropriate jurisdiction, not under our jurisdiction. Has there been any issues with Mr. Fleck and his attendance, or where I heard Commissioner Wilson say when there may have been occasions because of the work that he does, his personal interests, he has declared a conflict of interest and not voted?
Yeah, but this wouldn't go under a conflict of interest, and that's why I believe it was something worthy of a different type of examination, which is exactly why these things come to us before they don't go straight from MRB.
Okay, I understand. I want to be careful that
Agreed.
We do not impugn Mr. Fleck's reputation if we don't have facts. My reason for asking these questions is to make certain that the board is fully aware of the circumstances and that, we take appropriate action that is fair, consistent with our policies, and consistent with the law. And Are there other reasons, Commissioner Wilson, why you believe that he should not be advanced forward? You know, these are volunteers, and if he's been volunteering his time for 4 years or thereabouts, and his appointment at this period will conclude in December of this year, is there any harm in allowing him to continue to serve through this reappointment?
I think that part of the discussion we had surrounding the EPC as a board and their integrity in their evaluations was a very detailed conversation. And one of the things that came forward was, are we able to separate some of the business interests from the recommendations that come forward from the board? So I believe I looked at all of the appointments with the sensitivity to the public trust and with the intention to try to make sure that EPC's recommendations are taken as valid and with confidence, so that they can be beneficial to the Environmental Protection Division. I wouldn't have brought this up if I didn't believe that there were some legitimacy to the ongoing issues that are happening there. And I don't want to get into those details, but they're all available, the public record. I do have my concerns about the validity of a board where a potential member is caught up in this type of litigation and controversy.
Okay, so let's do this. We'll bifurcate this out. If there is support for all other nominees other than Mr. Fleck, is there a motion for approval for the other nominees?
So moved.
Second, Uribe.
All right, we have a motion and a second for approval of the other nominees indicated in the record. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. And now we'll take up the issue regarding Mr. Fleck's potential appointment. Is there a motion?
I'd like to move to deny the appointment at this time of Mr. Fleck to the Environmental Protection Commission.
Second, Sumrad. Can we have discussion?
Absolutely. We have a motion and a second. For denial, we will entertain discussion. Commissioner Moore, you're recognized.
Yeah, I would prefer because he's not here and we haven't heard another side of the story. So I would prefer if we would postpone it. Maybe he'll withdraw his application or he has a chance to respond. But I'm not comfortable voting on it now when I haven't heard both sides of the coin here.
Okay. Any other comment? Okay. We do have a motion and a second to the motioner. If Commissioner Uribe?
I actually agree with Commissioner Wilson is saying and your concerns. I do feel like, did he know prior to today, Cheryl? Did he know? Like, could he have made himself available to, respond? Has he communicated with you? Has there been anything else? I mean, I understand this feeling because we've all been there, but I just feel that before we deny him, and not negating anything you said, was he just not interested in coming today? Did he not know this was happening?
And I don't have any problem with the delay.
My office did not inform him, so I'm not sure. Okay, so he was informed by EPD.
I mean, Commissioner Wilson says she feels comfortable with
the delay. If that is what the board prefers, I would say that.
If you want to,
I would prefer.
If you want to modify your motion.
Procedurally, can we continue this appointment? Is that okay? So I'd like to make a motion to continue the appointment to.
Okay. So rather than deny what Commissioner Wilson is,
are we setting a date, kind of like so that this is?
What she is saying at this point is that we will delay the decision, that delay to the next board meeting.
Yeah, I think
Mayor, it's not a public hearing, so you don't need a date certain, so we'll just coordinate and
Procedurally, I just wasn't
see
sure.
All right.
what his
So,
interest may be.
And to the seconder on the motion, I think on the original motion, the seconder was Commissioner Simrad was the second. Oh, okay. All right. So the motion is clear at this point. It is to continue it. We'll give Mr. Fleck the opportunity to perhaps speak. That will be his choice. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right. Thank you. We're going to now move forward to the next item, and this is a discussion item. Chiefs, y'all got work to do, huh? All right. All right, the next item is A1. This is this discussion item. Commissioner Martina Simrad wanted to present a commissioner's report regarding a variance application and fee waiver.
Thank you very much, Mayor. So this item is in relation to the Christmas Civic Center, which is located in Christmas, Florida, in the Far East. This organization is it's a building that allows for the use of public space at a very low cost to the community east of the Econ. The importance of that is that that is our rural area, and there are not many facilities that exist that could be used as an event gathering space for things related to community development, community opportunities. So we have the Christmas Civic Center, we have the Bithlow Community Center, and out in Wedgefield, we had the community clubhouse, the golf course. The golf course has put in for a permit for demolition because they're moving into a different direction. So we're losing that facility. The importance of Christmas Civic Center is also that it is a polling site east of the Econ for our Christmas residents. It was the early 2000s. The Christmas Civic Center was renovated to be brought up to code, but per the county, to be a polling site, which required ADA compliance and handicap parking spaces. The Christmas Civic Center was eager to provide an opportunity for their voters and complied. They got the funding, had some additional funding from Orange County, and brought the facility into compliance. Part of that compliance at the time was placing a sign in front of the Christmas Civic Center. The electricity was run to that site. The sign was placed per the code of Orange County. The sign is no longer functional, and so it needs to be replaced. There's half of it lights up, the other half does not. And so they put in for a permit to replace the sign, but were surprised when they learned that Orange County's code had changed regarding the placement of the sign. To comply with the existing code would mean moving the sign closer to the building, which would then remove the ADA accessibility entrance, the parking spot, and the entrance into the building, making that site then not possible to be a voting site during our elections. So they went to the process of requesting a variance through the BZA. However, the Christmas Civic Center it's a very small organization that operates on a very small budget. And so even the $600 for a variance request through the BZA is cost prohibitive to the organization. We need to make sure that we have that facility up and running for our elections. We also need to make sure that we maintain the space and its functionality to serve all, which includes those that have mobility challenges, to enter the facility and to use it. Again, it is very few facilities east of the Econ for our communities to find space to meet, and therefore I'm bringing this before the board to ask that you grant them an exception and waive the fee of $600 so that they may proceed through the BZA process to be granted the variance.
Okay, a couple of questions. I was told that the amount was $638.
$638, my apologies.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. The fee is $638.
Okay, the second question is, do we have a request in writing from the Christmas Civic Association?
I believe they sent the request to the Commissioner's office. We don't have an application. The application is pending this determination.
So, Mayor, I would like to insert that our office has received written requests from the Christmas Civic Center. Additionally, I just want you to note that in front of you, you have a letter of support from our Supervisor of Election, Karen Castor Dental, that is requesting consideration of this to maintain that it can remain an open polling site. They don't have it within their budget to pay this fee.
I certainly support the Christmas Civic Association in their request for a waiver, but I think that there should be an application, and the rest of the board should see the request that was presented in writing. Just my concern there is that you are, because they have communicated with you, you are supportive of their request. But, there's a process that I think we should follow and how we kind of move forward. But
Mayor, my understanding is that when you submit the application, you must pay the fee. And so they can't submit the application without having the funds for the fee. So that's where they're caught in the procedural process of going through the BZA process.
Okay. Commissioner Uribe?
I had a question. I read the memo, and I appreciate it. The question I guess I maybe had for legal, excuse me, or Byron, is that they're a C4, so they're not technically a not-for-profit. How does that get involved in what we're doing and how that flows forward?
So they are, yes,
Jennifer.
I read it just during the briefing when you mentioned that they were a C4. I looked at the Internal Revenue Code, and a C4 is in fact deemed a nonprofit and exempt from federal.
But they're allowed to do political things like that. C4s are. And that's where I worry because we're a government entity with elected officials.
When you say do political things, are you talking about just being a site, a voting site?
No. I meant like engaging in politics.
Oh, I don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah, that's where I just want to make sure that we're not putting ourselves, not the validity of the organization, but it said that they are a C4 from the letter that I read.
They are a C4, but this is not an they use it, this is a venue that's rented for space. It's not a
Do they make money off the rental of the venue?
For the operation of the facility. It's not a profit-driven organization. It maintains the lights on, the upkeep, the lawn is cut, the septic tank is emptied. It's the upkeep of the facility. It's not a for-profit driven organization, nor is it political. They don't make political endorsements or anything.
Okay, I just want to make sure, because normally C3s are something.
There's a prohibition on that, as you know.
Yeah.
And so I would suspect that if they have received a IRS determination of being an appropriate 501c4 organization, that they do not engage in any political activity.
Okay.
Okay.
Or at least they made that representation to the federal government.
Okay. Commissioner Wilson.
Yeah, so this kind of just like, so the Chamber of Commerce's are a C4, correct?
Mm-hmm.
It was
Orlando's C4.
Well, it was a conversation that I recently have a meeting coming up with the comptroller because I was concerned about the ongoing tradition and practice of chambers of commerce, and I think they have their own, they do their thing, whatever. I was a member as a business person, as somebody individually, personally, but I've never used my office budget for membership. But their tradition and what they explained to me when I got into office was, oh, no, everyone does that. They become members through their office budget. And I said, I don't think that aligns, understanding that you will eventually put out a voter guide and have, basically endorsements at every race that is coming through. So I think it's an interesting question. I don't think in this case, though, because the expense itself, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's just a generic application fee that you can't even, we don't move off the first block on processing without having.
Correct. They
Okay.
will not move forward until the fee is paid.
Okay. Yeah, I would support trying to make sure that they can advance their waiver request. It seems very straightforward. But I do think that the question that Commissioner Uribe asked is something, a separate one, that if, potentially we can look into. I think it'd be interesting to understand. And like I said, I involve the comptroller, but since it's come up here while we're in the sunshine at the board, I will share whatever his findings are on the C4 and what the entanglement might be if there's a budget item from one of our offices or from the Board of County Commission.
Mayor, I just would also like to say that the importance of the Christmas Civic Center is that voting sites have to be within the precinct. So if we don't have the Christmas Civic Center, if they can't fix their sign because it's not lit the right way and for it to be noticed as a polling site, then we don't have another facility in Christmas in the precinct for these. And we could put them in, like Fort Christmas in the actual fort. I don't know where, the cabin.
I don't think we're disputing that, the merits of the supervisor's election position that wants to use it as a polling site. The issue is just the efficacy of, how we got to this point and the decision that we make today. Do you have with you the letter that they sent you or whatever correspondence?
In my email, I could ask staff to bring it down.
Yeah, if you can just ask staff. I just want to make sure we all see it, that we can say that they at least follow the process and they asked to have the waiver. That part I don't see, and I'm a little concerned that in terms of precedence, that a commissioner is asking and not the entity for the waiver, because you're doing today, right now, you're the one doing the presentation somewhat on their behalf. And I just want to make sure that we do not create an optics problem.
Mayor,
in the future.
We'll note on that respect. Like I said, this has been infrequent. In fact, when Commissioner Martinez-Simrad did contact the office and we checked, the last time around it was handled this manner. It was through the request that came through a commissioner who brought it to the board. So that we had to go back and find that, and that was the precedent, and that's what we conveyed to Commissioner Martinez-Simrad. And this is how it was handled last time it came to the board. A request of this nature came to the board, and that was in 2019, I believe.
Correct.
So,
and it was a private citizen.
If staff can bring forward the request, we'll right now I will not call the question on it, so that we all have the opportunity to look, and so we'll bring it back up in today's meeting.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right. So with that, I'm going to move forward on our discussion agenda. We're going to move to the next item, and we'll bring that particular item back for final action. We're going to B1. Mr. Mike Drosick, the manager of our Stormwater Management Division, he's going to provide an update on the rainfall intensity. I think someone earlier mentioned global warming, but here you go. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Commissioners, Comptroller. Yeah, today's discussion item will be on Orange County rainfall characterization for stormwater design. The outline for today's presentation will include purpose, county project background, rain gauge evaluations, design storm standards, climate resiliency, summary recommendations, and next steps. The purpose is to review historical rainfall patterns and identify observed changes and recommend potential updates for planning and design. Some background information. At the October 25, 2022 BCC, there was a discussion on stormwater management concerns, including the intensity of future rainfall events, sufficiency of existing design standards, and current maintenance standards. Following the discussion, the mayor directed staff to research and update the board regarding potential modifications to our stormwater program and standards. At the May 2nd, 2023 Stormwater Management Moving Toward Resiliency Work Session number 1, some of the main talking points included that the 2022 flooding was due to historic rainfall well beyond the traditional design storm. Most homes that flooded were older or built in or near the floodplain. And the county's current design standards are in line with other jurisdictions. And we need to revisit the rainfall intensity data that we currently use for our design standards. At the May 23rd work session number 2, the following questions were presented. How will climate change affect the rainfall intensity frequency of storms in the future? Are our standard design storm intensity still accurate for future conditions? And are we able to still meet our stormwater level of service criteria in the future using the existing data? So to answer these questions, staff recommended that a rainfall study be initiated. So our 1-year update on June 2nd, 2024, we provided an overview of the rainfall intensity study. The purpose was to evaluate rainfall records to determine spatial variability in both the depth and frequency and compared to the county's current design criteria. The scope of work included analyzing Orange County Water Management District, NOAA, rainfall data sets, and performing frequency analysis. Also coordinating with other agencies on rainfall studies, including the South Florida Water Management District, NOAA, USGS, and the East Central Florida Regional Planning Council. So we're pleased today to have our consultant team of Brian Mack and Mitchell Henneman from CDM Smith to present their findings on the rainfall study.
Thank you, Mike, and thank you for this opportunity to present. I've been working on Orange County stormwater issues for over 30 years here in Central Florida. I serve as a project director for those types of services we provide in Orange County. But I also brought with me Mr. Mitch Heineman. So he is our national expert on rainfall data analytics for the firm. So he does this type of work across the country, looking at these issues and coming up, are there changes that should be considered in moving towards the future? And so he did the technical horsepower behind these evaluations. So a little bit of the background. Orange County currently has 27 rainfall stations, and we looked at the historical rainfall data from all those stations. We supplemented that with the Water Management District rainfall data, and there's 6 additional stations that we pulled into the study of the rainfall data. And then for the longest period of record is at OIA, which originally started at Orlando Executive Airport in the late 1800s. And was moved to OIA, but it is the longest period of record of rainfall data. So it's the biggest data set here in Orange County to kind of assess, are things changing, which is one of the first questions that we were asked to examine. And the short answer is yes. So if you look at this data, it's a trend line. The yellow is a trend line. And you see from 1890 to about 2010, not a lot of difference. You know, those averages, storm events are pretty much the same. But starting in 2010, we've seen a steady rise in those more frequent afternoon thunderstorms that's been reported when you're looking at the data. And we'll talk a little bit what that change looks like. The biggest one is you're seeing afternoon showers happening more frequently and with higher intensities. And there's a consequence to that when you're planning for stormwater infrastructure to what changes you should consider making in your code to plan for that, to address, I guess, fix the problems that you know of, but also make sure you're not worsening problems in the future. So design storm standards. So how does the county design their stormwater infrastructure? So it's a statistically designed rainfall event that is standard practice throughout the country of how you size it. So you run a rainfall intensity, duration, Generally, it's a 24-hour design storm event to size a pipe, to size a pond, to make sure that it has the capacity to do it. I always like to point out that, sometimes it's misinterpreted. A 100-year design storm is not something that happens once every 100 years. It has a 1% chance of occurring any given year. So it's important to recognize that, because you can have severe hurricanes that equate to 100-year events can happen in a given year. But statistically, it's that 1% chance of occurring in any given year. And again, the county uses the information for both planning, so the ongoing stormwater master planning, looking at planning for the future. And again, as well as retrofitting systems that are currently flooded. Are there things to do to improve it, to address the flooding problems that the public report? And I always like to characterize it for a level of service being provided. So if you think of this, a level service A is the stormwater runoffs completely within the stormwater collection system. It's in the swales, it's in the pipes, it's in the ponds, and it's functioning as it's intended to do. A level service B, which is still good, you're using a little bit of right-of-way. So you may see a little bit more water in the county right-of-way along the roads, but the roads are still passable. You still have ingress and egress. Emergency vehicles can still, get to where they need to go in those situations. I see a lot of level service B throughout the community and other governments. Level service C is a little bit more severe flooding. So we say that you can still drive a vehicle down the road. So think of 3 to 6 inches of flooding in the road. So they're passable. It's not ideal. But you start getting flooding outside the right-of-way into lawns, yards. It can affect landscaping, those types of things. That's that C level where it's kind of you want to strive to get to C and climb the ladder, so to speak, to get to that B, if not an A. But those are both decisions that have a cost impact. And D is the worst case. Call it a D or an F, however you want to characterize it. You have flooding in homes. You have flooding in businesses. It's causing damage. And so that's kind of the worst case scenario, and nobody wants to be at that level of service. So a little bit of history of how Orange County chose rainfall. So in 1961, on a limited data set, the National Weather Bureau produced a report, it's a little snapshot at the top right, of here are the design rainfall volumes to use when you're sizing infrastructure. So most governments would go look at that report, pull off the total rainfall, and then assess their system to whether it passes that rainfall event or not. In 1994, Orange County updated it, so they did some work back at that time and adopted Ordinance 94-4, which discusses design storms, and that's currently in effect today. So nothing has changed in terms of how infrastructure is designed since 1994, and it's one of the drivers behind the study, should something different be done. In 2013, NOAA released Atlas 14, which is a bigger sampling. Think of that 1961 as a bigger sampling of rainfall data, and they provided more resolution to those rainfall volumes that communities should consider when designing their infrastructure. And that's widely used today about everywhere in the U.S. Currently, they're working on NOAA 15. The actual release date there's some uncertainty to when that actually will be released. I know Mitch has reached out to that group. They're not expected to be significantly different in terms of rainfall volume, but you're going to start seeing some anecdotal type discussions of you may want to consider over the next 80, 100 years thinking about increasing those rainfall volumes, but it's kind of monitor it and see if the change is needed. And they're guesstimating maybe a total of 15% increase in rainfall volumes in designing storms by 2080 for perspective. So it's kind of pay attention to it. You don't necessarily have to take action today, but it's something that government should do for the future planning. And just an example, you can see the macro scale that TP40 was there on the left. And you can see on the right, there's Orange County from Atlas 14 that shows that variability in rainfall. And one thing you'll notice, Atlas 14 shows less rainfall in western Orange County. The closer you move towards the ocean, those rainfall volumes become higher. Some of it's the ocean effect and other things that kind of creates more rainfall there. What Orange County has done, back in that 94 study, they adopted a single number, and that number was 8.6 inches in this case. So it's on the conservative side, which is a very good thing. And that will be a recommendation I'll mention later. Don't change that because you're already kind of at a good place. And I think I wouldn't recommend having a variable rainfall volume depending upon where you are in the county. It needs to be consistent. And more importantly, the community's used to that. You know, they're used to that number, they're used to planning it, and so that's that one to monitor and see with no immediate action. This is kind of where it gets interesting. What has changed? We talked about that curve. You see that uptick in frequency and intensity. So I just want to show an example of how different it can be. So that left plot shows a 7.2-inch rainfall that's associated with Hurricane Irma. Happened in 25 hours. 1.2 inches was the peak intensity. 2020, it was a severe afternoon thunderstorm. So it happened in 5 hours, 4.1 inches of rain, the peak intensity of 3.1 inches. So what happens? Well, if you're not designing for the peak intensity, your collection system is going to get overwhelmed. You're going to see more frequent street flooding. You're going to see more frequent sideway flooding because it's just taking more time to get to the pond or the end point where the system's designed to take the water. And because of that change in rainfall that's showing up, that's becoming more common. And so intensity really is the key finding of that study of we need to plan for that better. And here's an example. So at the top, I referenced the Orange County 94-4. That pattern you see up top, those are 15-minute rainfall intensities. That's currently what Orange County uses to design their stormwater infrastructure. On the bottom, you see the more recent or bigger data set, NOAA 14, a much higher peak intensity they recommend using to design the stormwater infrastructure. On the right, you really can see it. If you look at a 15-minute storm, Orange County say 0.45 inches in 15 minutes. Atlas 14 says it should be 1.5 you should plan for designing your infrastructure. So you clearly see a significant difference on those more frequent afternoon thunderstorms. Probably you have a higher risk of undersizing infrastructure. Now, there's some things that have been done along the way. It's a risk. It's not an absolute that it will happen. Sometimes pipes are upsized. There's certain codes that require to put in a bigger pipe. But it can particularly start showing up in older neighborhoods when actually they allowed smaller pipes. So instead of an 18-inch pipe, they could use a 12-inch pipe, those types of issues. And so you really are starting to see that because of that changing rainfall intensity. What we're recommending. So this is and this will be common in the next several slides. You can see a comparison of that 94.4 on the table, what that rainfall intensity is, with the total being 8.6 inches. So in 24 hours, 8.6, we recommend to keep that the same. However, those intensities should be updated for those more frequent events, so you're designing or picking the right size of the pipe to handle that, but still staying at 8.6 inches. You can see what the water management districts do. So they've already kind of adopted a more intense rainfall. They've been using that for a while. But if you go to Atlas 14, they say that same 8.6, you could use 7.5 inches of rainfall. So that's that conservatism that Orange County has already kind of built into their system that I would not change. I would not adopt that from Atlas 14. I would keep what you're doing today because that is a benefit for moving forward. Resiliency. Why are these happening? So we also analyzed national climate models, and this is a measure of CO2. Really, there's a relationship between increased CO2 levels in the atmosphere to more rainfall. And all the climate models, and depending which one you choose to follow, show an increase in CO2 moving clear through 2100. What does that mean? That means there is a highly likelihood, I mean, nobody has a crystal ball, but a higher likelihood that those rainfall intensities are going to continue to increase, and maybe the rainfall volumes will continue to increase. So if you look at the climate change models, there is a correlation between increasing rainfall and kind of what we've been seeing since 2010. There is an alignment there. So what does it mean when you design something? So this is a question that staff asked us to look at. Well, what would I do if I used the size of the pipe in current standards or the higher intensity standard? So we did an example to show actually the outcome. So this is McKinley Avenue along Shingle Creek. It was an area that Roads and Drainage did a retrofit stormwater collection system, did some roadway improvements, put a little bit of storage in there. It was a very dilapidated old system that was improved. And so we took that and we took the new pipe system. So these are the new pipes. And what would the peak flow in those pipes be if you use the current Orange County standard? And that peak flow, you kind of see it in the red, about 10 feet per second. That drives the size of your pipe. If you use the higher intensity, same rainfall volume, same pipe, is pushing 16, 17 CFS. So that may mean, well, maybe the pipe needed to be a little bit bigger. And again, that's a maybe, and that's a design decision to verify that. But it is where things can go wrong in the long term if you're not accounting for those higher intensities. You could be putting in new infrastructure that could have a very, may not meet the desired level of service that I highlighted below, or the county's desired level of service. So the biggest change here is really, how do we account for intensity? This is other interesting. Did the same analysis, but in a storage system. So at the end of the pipe, as it goes into kind of a swale, baffle box, a little treatment area that has storage, doesn't really affect the storage, because that's really more representative of total rainfall volume, not necessarily intensity. Intensity is getting the water there once you have the storage. So it really doesn't affect your storage or your size of your pond or those activities, which is important. Even though infrastructure is all expensive, ponds are very expensive. So it requires more land. You have to make them bigger. And so even those are an issue. It could have been a lot worse if you weren't already picking a good rainfall total volume today. So it's a better situation than most have, is the best way to say it. So the presentation, there were 3 questions. So I'm kind of responding to the questions asked. How will climate change affect the rainfall intensity, frequency, and storms of the future? NOAA is estimating those rainfall volumes will increase about 15% by 2080. So, there is an estimate. I'll say it's just an estimate, but they see that trend continuing forward. Of course, since 2010, the data shows larger storms occurring more frequently, shorter durations many times, but higher intensities. So there's no doubt about that that's occurring, looking at Orange County specific rainfall data. Well, the recommendation out of that is a consideration of updating that rainfall hydrograph or intensity curve that you design infrastructure. That will be the primary recommendation out of these data analytics that Mitch did. Question 2, and these are our kind of overlapping questions, are our standard design storm intensity still accurate for future conditions? Well, 94.4 was okay at the time, but they're not adequately represented moving for the future. So that's the reoccurring theme to answer that question. No is kind of the hard answer. It's not representative moving forward, and also may require a little bit of retrofit along the way for those systems that may have been undersized, or the rainfall changes that made them undersized. 3, are we able to still meet our stormwater level of service criteria in the future, that A, B, C, D? No. Secondary systems, so that's where you see the flooding, right? Roads, sidewalks, you'll just see it happening more frequently because of this intensity issue. Pretty good at the ponds. Once the water gets to the ponds, they'll function okay, but it's going to be way more visible to the general public if this issue isn't addressed. And so it's just, moving forward, future's the key word. It does require some retrofit on certain areas that currently flood that'll have to be evaluated. Summary. Clearly, changing rainfall patterns that impact stormwater across the U.S. But I want to give some credit to what Orange County is looking at this now. I've only been involved in 3 other communities in Florida that are dealing with this issue that have starting to take some action. Most of them are associated with sea level rise. But this is, in the water resources industry in Florida, this is a hot topic. I know other entities have asked about this rainfall study. How did you do it? What are we doing? So we also be taking a look at these issues to better plan. So you're clearly ahead of the curve. The timing is very good to take action. And I just see more governments in Florida and beyond Florida, because it's not unique to Florida, is really addressing this frequency intensity issue in their infrastructure design. Is there a cost impact? Yes. And so it could be worse, but you may have to go from a 24-inch diameter pipe to a 36-inch diameter pipe, as an example. So a little bit of upsizing on the conveyance side of things to an overall project is probably a pretty small percentage, but I'm not going to say it doesn't cost anything, because a bigger pipe's a bigger pipe, but less impactful because you're really not going to have to worry about upsizing ponds at this point in time. And so that's good news, but there will be some cost impact, though I think it will be fairly minor, but something for sure. Recommendations. And it's just kind of summarizing that. adopt the distribution will be the recommendation from the study. Let's get ahead of this now and move forward with updating Ordinance 94-4. Keep the same rainfall volumes as your current, but monitor them. We're recommending every 10 years, revisit that to make sure that if something's changed and we catch it, and not wait till we're designing a bunch of new infrastructure in the future that will be undersized. So those are kind of the big recommendations for storm. County, are there actions the county should currently take? Yes. For county projects, currently start evaluating that rainfall change and checking before they're built to make sure that they're adequately sized. So we talked a little bit, that's something you can check. Even before it's ordinance, you still can check the work that the county's doing within the county stormwater management group. Is it still functional, or do we need to make a different business decision so we're not creating a problem? So I think that's really important, something you could do today. And really it would provide that level of service to, improved level of service for county-built projects, which the public want to see. The new road, the new subdivision going to a pond, it just, things that the county's involved with or reviewing, it's an opportunity to get ahead of it. So specific, there are a couple ordinances where it's referenced to what those rainfall intensity or volumes do. Substitute those that are in the code. They're actually, that table there is from your current guidance document. Those tables need to be replaced. And so that was a recommended action. There's a process for doing so. But clearly that's the take-home message. Replace those intensity curves and with updated data was the biggest finding. Next steps, I'm going to turn it back to Mike because the county's taking action, but thank you. And any questions afterwards, feel free to ask.
Okay, the next steps would be we need board direction to move forward with an ordinance development where we'd be coordinating with our county attorney office, also stakeholder education, advisory board meetings, and adoption public hearings. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Wilson.
So excited about this presentation, like geeked out big time. Thank you so much. There is my first 2 years, I came in the very end of 2020, 2021, every call I got for like several months was there was never water here before. I don't know why, what is this? Where is it coming from? Why is it not going away until it used to be an afternoon? Now it's 2 days, now it's 4 days. So this confirms what I believe are the observations of our residents and the struggle that we're having in trying to address it. And not only does it confirm it, but it also gives us some achievable next steps that will not break the bank and create complete chaos in the process. So incredible amount of information. My question, and I'm not sure who would be able to answer this, understanding we're looking sort of to the future about in existing infrastructure, about how to make sure that it is incorporating the new information we have about the intensity. Variables I know that aren't necessarily addressed or were not necessarily addressed in your work are variables that we deal with often in this space, which include the loss of wetland habitat as a storage and the increase, of course, in impermeable surfaces. And so having those variables in other spaces that we're working on right now. And so this may be a question for you as an opinion.
Yeah, generally as a consultant, I'll defer to Mike. So generally, that's all.
Here, come back to the mic.
Sorry. Generally, you're right. Stormwater is not just one thing. It's not just rainfall. We looked at rainfall trends, but stormwater management is comprehensive of all those things. It's development. It's wetland protection. It's water quality and things you have to do to meet water quality standards. It's all those things. So it's my understanding of talking to the staff that there are ongoing parallel efforts to have a more comprehensive evaluation of resiliency, and all these items are being looked at through policy decisions. So it's more than just rainfall for sure. Mm-hmm. This bucket is rainfall is also important as part of one piece of that puzzle. Right. is rainfall.
Right, and I think my hope is understanding we have this opportunity today to draw the connection between these really important ongoing efforts would be that if we do continue to move forward with a draft ordinance, that there's also some acknowledgement of the need to incorporate these findings in the way that we evaluate our wetlands in addition to our updated wetland code, right? So we've got really some incredible stuff that I know we're not going to touch in there, but I'm not sure if when we look at the storage issue, if we are ever utilizing the information we know now about these intensities in the evaluation for wetland loss and development plan that's moving forward. So I just want to articulate my desire for that. I know that this is something that I think would have been hard to ask for without all the information we now have. So I think it's something that makes the most sense that we're looking at. And I know Brett's looking at me like, I think I have a thought. Did you want to say something?
Well, thank you, Commissioner Wilson. Yeah, as you know, that we started, coming to the board in 2023 with 2 presentations in May. And if you remember, those presentations contain multiple departments. So this is one element of that overall. And one thing we are doing is that Drummond Carper, the consultant, they did the state of the wetland study. They also did the vulnerability study or in process of that. We've hired them to do our drainage manual. So all of this is part of, one overall picture of a manual that you will see come back to you. So this is one element. This is an important element, but it's all being coordinated.
Well, and I'm seeing the nods, and I'm really grateful for the work. I have a lot of confidence in the people we have working on this right now. I just want to also make sure while I'm going on the record, and hopefully if anyone out there is paying attention, that for individuals who may not believe that our conversations about things like low impact development and wetland preservation have some effect on their quality of life, that it does. It's all connected. So, we tune in sometimes to parts of the conversations based on our perspectives. I just want to be able to draw people into the entire conversation. Hopefully being able to see more opportunities for the low impact development manual and its implementation, and then of course our continued hopefully success in applying the wetland protections. So thank you so much for your incredible information.
Commissioner Martinez-Simrat.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for this presentation, and I so appreciate the science behind what you've given to us. I understand the purpose of what your study was, to study the rainfall intensity. So I'm not speaking within the scope of this study, and I understand that. But could you please show the trend analysis from the PowerPoint presentation that plots the rain intensity over time? So based off of what Brent just described, how this is one part of a greater study where we're pulling information from additional departments and units, I want to just point out in this graph that what we're looking at over time is the increase in is the increase of rainfall over the course of time. What we see is that we have something that is considered not statistically significant. That means that if we run this through the models, that this isn't going to trigger anything that is essentially would be deemed, scientifically something that is changed or is worth further examination of. It's not statistically significant. Yet we know that we're flooding more and more and more and more. So how can this be that rainfall isn't increasing, yet we're seeing more flooding? And this study alludes to looking at our pipes and making sure that it can keep up with what is an increase in intensity of the rain. My thought process is this, is that we know that this is only 2 variables that we're tracking, rainfall and time. But we know that rainfall is causes flooding. So I know that we're looking at multiple different departments are doing different things, but I just want to emphasize on this great Earth Day that we are celebrating today, that there is reasons why we are flooding when our rainfall is not getting we're not getting more. Yes, it's more intense, but we also have less surface that can absorb the water, and we're also impacting our wetlands over and over and over again. And so when we get developments that are going to come through and are going to reference, massive impacts to really high quality wetlands, I want us to remember that rainfall is we're not getting more. Yes, it's more intense, but it has less places to go. This study will have implications to finances where we have to pay for increased pipe sizes or developers have to pay for it. We know that developers are not going to absorb that cost. It gets passed on to the consumer, which results in higher prices for our homes. So what I'm urging us to do is that as we begin to get more information and data from the additional departments, that we link it together and that we begin to talk about the economic value of our wetlands and preserving them to ensure, because they are free. Mother Nature's stormwater management system is free. But here we are talking about increasing pipe sizes that we have to pass on to either taxpayers or home buyers' costs. So on Earth Day, let's please consider that every time we consider impacting a wetland, we're talking about also a distribution of costs to taxpayers, because the water has to go somewhere. Mother Nature's stormwater management system is free, and it's worthwhile to save. There is an economic value there. So I so appreciate your scientific study and the scope of this study, and I fully support the results. But I think that we need to, as a board, start linking results from different departments to provide a more robust plan to make sure that we are protecting ourselves from future flooding. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And I have a simple question. Brad, I think you will be the one who will answer, but I don't know. I'm just thinking about the private, subdivisions that county really doesn't have, any own or any jurisdiction in the system. How will that affect us, the county? Thank you.
Yeah, obviously, the private systems that are in place was your question, right? So they're not required to, if the board passes this ordinance that we proposed here that updates the code, any existing, developments, private developments would not be required to bring their systems up. But they could choose to do that. If they chose to do it, we would certainly, review that in the typical process, and they could. But new private subdivisions moving forward would have to meet our codes. But really the ones that exist today, it would be, since we don't own or maintain that infrastructure, it would be up to those private neighborhoods, if they wanted to bring, their stormwater systems up to code.
Okay, but they don't follow the Orange County Code? That's what you said?
They do, but they're kind of grandfathered in based on the code they were developed at that time. So there's nothing, it's not retroactive. You're not going to go back and say they have to change their system. So that's the same with public subdivision that was built 10 years ago would be in the same situation. But if we had a funding source, we could decide to go back into public subdivisions and upgrade public subdivisions, but we can't spend that money on private subdivisions.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Uribe.
Yes, and I want to again say, I think we all kind of see this already. What we're noticing more and more over storms is flooding where we never had flooding. Retention of water longer. I've actually had the county come out where it's been a week and there's still water. I think we've heard Commissioner Wilson talk about Rains Road and everything that's happened there. And so what sticks out to me huge here is Vision 2050, where we're densifying more Orange County without a comprehensive infrastructure plan to support this water that's already too high. And this is actually almost perfect, because as we are working through this is what we're talking about. I just had a community meeting last night where you have established areas that were safe because, as Commissioner Martinez-Semerad just mentioned, you had places for water to go. And as we continue to develop and pour concrete, where does the water go? It ends up rising and rising. And I actually want to move to your picture, the one that showed the different levels, category level A, B, C, and D. Yes, thank you. And what's ironic here is what we're seeing more and more is these houses, 40, 50 years old, that would feel totally comfortable in level A for decades and have gone and now are severely hit by level D. Yet we're filling in every piece of land that's around it, and we don't have a comprehensive plan. And then we hear about bigger pipes and so forth, and we're kind of coming in to adjust, because back in the day, let's be real, we were never a cookie cutter town where this development, the next one, the next one. It was wherever land was and wherever it was built. But when you're seeing established neighborhoods that are 60 plus years old at a level D now, it's scary. Because we also last 2 weeks ago had basin studies with Shingle Creek and St. John's, which is ultimately where the water goes, north or south. You know, it's either going South Florida, it's going up north. And we ultimately, and I appreciate that the county's stepping up to adjust and get ready for this. This is huge for us as a county to acknowledge it. But at the same time, we're doing that. But on the other end, we're densifying our community even worse. So you can add more pipes, which we don't even have enough money to do. You still don't have anywhere the water go, and now you're going to densify property within the next couple of months with our Vision 2050. So I just want to make a note here to our colleagues. This is what frightens me about our new code, our new plan going forward, is that this isn't a part of it. The reality that we're seeing right now is not a part of that conversation, and we're trying to be ready, and we're trying to assume that we'll adjust. But if we don't get, and we can't, and Brett, you just said it eloquently now, we can't go back and dictate people who already have entitlements to adjust or do anything. So how are we supposed to be responsibly preventing our residents from becoming level C's and D's when we're not doing anything to comprehensively prepare for that or help those? And I mean, I guess it's more of a comment, not a question, because you all are shaking your head like, yeah, I get it. And I think everybody has kind of echoed it in some way. It's sad because I think when we talk about 100-year storms now, we're talking about a whole more regular, whether you want to accept climate change or not, whatever you want to call it, when there's record heats in the west and snow in the north, something's going on. So I just want to make a note here that this is scary. And what worries me the most is that you have established current people who own property who are being affected of this because of what's being built around it. So they never had it before, and now it's changed because of dynamics of where that water flows. So thank you for this work. Thank you for actually confirming what we've all been believing and seeing, and seeing it in an actual report with some definition to it. And we've got to do better.
Commissioner, before Brent goes, since you made reference to Vision 2050, I just want to be sure that for purpose of the discussion, the future discussion, though, there's some clarification and clarity around how all this works together. So first, as we talk about Vision 2050 and densification, keeping in mind what we're talking about is how best to accommodate growth that is already projected. And part of that principle is infill, taking advantage of where infrastructure is. Now, with respect to drainage, stormwater in those older neighborhoods, part two is coming. Part two of this is actually it's not even part two. It's probably part four or so coming, in which we will have that conversation about improvements, public improvements, to get to those areas that need improvements on the in existing development, older development. That's coming. That's part of that discussion that we started out in the last couple of years that talks about what that looks like and what that costs associated with addressing stormwater needs county-wide. So you have two parts, and so it's not that Vision 2050. I just want to be sure it's not that Vision 2050 causes this.
It just makes it worse.
It also fulfills one of those principles of ultimately planning about infill, putting development where infrastructure goes. So you preserve those other areas that are more environmentally sensitive, but also the next time you hear this presentation, you'll hear this presentation that also covers the broader countywide possibilities as it relates to managing our stormwater needs that hit those traditional, older, established neighborhoods that you have often brought up. So I just want to be sure that Vision 2050 conversation certainly contemplates what these needs, and all these things are working together. All these are coming forward together in a premise and in a manner that the board will get that comprehensive picture.
Thank you, Byron, and I appreciate that point. But level D is happening already, and we're going to be adding density. We're not taking away density in Vision 2050. We're adding it. So when we get told to neighborhoods, when we had Milton, you're going to flood, it's a reality, you're just going to flood. That's not the answer. And then to be told there's no money. There's no money to fix it. There's no money to do it. We're going to open a pond. We're going to, clean out our swales. That's not a solution while we're densifying all around it. So while I can appreciate that, but when you talk about Part D, we're only Part D because we've extended this multiple times to where we're now in danger of the state regulations, but it's not because this information, this comprehensive information has been provided to us from day one in a level that we can work on it and understand it and get ready for it. And so I'm just giving my opinion on this point because I don't feel the same. I will tell you, I've worked with the staff to let's densify areas that were intended to be more dense, and it is frightening. It is frightening to that community that's living it every day.
Sure, but again, I want to clarify here that when we have that Vision 2050 conversation, though, there's a juxtaposition that doesn't necessarily talk kind of line there, but nevertheless, that is a future conversation. I just want to, for purposes of the board's consideration, to understand how this ultimately comes together.
Commissioner Moore.
Yeah, thank you, team, for bringing this for us. It was very helpful in looking into the future. And I know in my district, with the last storm, Milton, we had a severe water event, and it was very clear that it was the older areas that flooded. And so I know even the code work and procedures and policies that you've put in place since about 2000 have really prevented flooding. And so I would look forward to your thoughts on how we get the public engaged to look at which areas maybe we are hitting level C sooner. And some of it I know, because I'll tell you, after that hurricane, they were finding me every which way, and I was out touring District 2. And so I found it very interesting that you were recommending perhaps larger culverts, larger piping, and that we didn't immediately have to go to the size and the capacity of the ponds. And so I look forward to seeing how I know you have to start somewhere, and I don't like it when folks do it to me. So I want to say, great job today. I look forward to that next step where we can partner with our residents on some of these things, because some of the lower cost ones may just be doing a little work on some culverts, and then they won't have the problem. So let us know how we can engage our citizens for them to be part of this process, because I hear my people always saying they leave out these storm events and the greater intensity, and they always want to go just to extra development, but it may not be that. It could be that their homes are not up to the same codes, that area, and I'm telling you, they don't talk about the result of climate change. And so I think if we put all of this together and we work with them, we'll get to a better place. But I understand that the budget today does not allow us to just go back and retrofit all these older areas. And so I think the first step is bringing the public into the role that they can play. And again, I thank you for the science, and thank you for your work on this. And it took a lot of vision to come in, and we know you can't do it all at one time. So again, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. As Byron mentioned, the next step, that is more of the financial needs part. If the board wanted to move forward with some of the options we'll talk about, community involvement is certainly part of that next step if the board wants to move forward. So that is in the future, depending on the board's desire at our next step discussion.
All right. You're looking for board direction, and the direction that we're giving you is to move forward with the development of the ordinance and work with the county attorney and staff and our professional consultants on this. We look forward to it coming back. We're here to do what we can do within the means that we have. So thank you all for the presentation, and we're going to move forward on our agenda.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, the next item that we have on the agenda for today is update regarding the tourist development tax receipts, and we're going to have Ray Walls come forward to begin the presentation. We have several requests for TDT revenues to support sporting events. You're going to be hearing from a collective of experts who work in this space. Jason Siegel with the Sports Commission, and Steve Hogan, perhaps from Florida Citrus Sports, will be coming forward. And they have all the answers that you all are looking for today. All right, with that, Ray, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. All the answers are in this presentation for sure, so look for them. So I'm here to open up this discussion on Sports Incentive Committee's recommendations from their most recent meeting on March 24th. Typically, you all see these items as consent items on the agenda, but this particular set of requests contains a couple of significant requests, both in dollar amount and significance to in terms of economic impact and attendance in the community. And so we thought it prudent to bring this forward as a discussion so you could hear the presentations on those two events in particular. So in terms of this presentation, it's going to be brief. I'm going to, just because we haven't talked about this at the board in a while, is just kind of give a quick overview of the Sports Incentive Program, how it operates, how we got to where we are today. We'll talk about those recommendations that came out of that last meeting. I'll hit on the first three, which are significant events in themselves, but not as significant as the last two. And then, as the mayor mentioned, Jason Siegel from the Greater Orlando Sports Commission is going to come up and talk about the TKO event series. And then Steve Hogan from Florida Citrus Sports will come up and talk about the opportunity with the Jacksonville Jaguars home season. And then finally, we'll end with a requested action and be able to answer any questions that you might have. So just in terms of the overview of the program, so prior to November 2016, all of these, there weren't many sporting events that were incentivized at that time, but the ones that were done on a one-off basis, if you will. And so it was kind of a cumbersome process because we had to budget for them individually. We had to, take money out of reserves when they came up. We had to bring them to the board, and they had to be added to the TDC plan, the tourist development plan on occasion, and so it just wasn't a friendly process. And so at that time, back in 2016, the board actually set up a fund that was allocated for this specific purpose. It started with a $5 million initial investment and then was set as a $2 million annual investment to be able to fund these applications going forward. And in October of 2017 is when the Sports Incentive Committee that we're talking about today, their recommendations was established. And so the membership of that committee is shown there on the screen along with the current members who fill those positions. But essentially you have a mayor's representative that's a chair. You have a CFHLA association appointed representative. You have certified public accountant that sits on that committee. You have a citizen representative, a representative from the iDrive Resort Area Chamber. You have a major theme park rep, and you have a Visit Orlando representative. And so then in October of 2019, the process was amended slightly to increase the amount of money that was going into the program from $2 million annually to $4 million annually. Part of that was that shift was that Visit Orlando would manage applications and agreements that were approved by the board. So once the committee approved made recommendations and the board approved them, then those would go back to Visit Orlando to handle those applications and agreements, and that's how the process currently works today. The only difference now is in May of 24, as all of you probably will recall, is the Visit Orlando's agreement was amended so that the allocation for sports incentive funding was made $10 million annually and was taken directly from Visit Orlando's 30% allocation. So no longer did it come as a separate allocation for this purpose. It was actually carved out of the money that was going to Visit Orlando. And the point I'll make on this $10 million as it relates to the requests that are coming before you today is that no additional money is being requested today. All of the requests that are being talked about today will be paid for out of that $10 million pot. So I just want to be clear about that. So getting into the recommendations that came out of this most recent Sports Incentive Committee meeting. The first one is $25,000 to the Pride Cup 2025, and this would be $25,000 to the Kindred Pride Foundation, a nonprofit for marketing purposes for this event. The event scheduled to take place May 30th through June 1st of this year, to be held at various public and private sports venues in Orange County. In the past, I believe they've been held at local schools and community parks. But essentially, this is an LGBTQ plus multi-sport tournament that coincides and arose out of Gay Days at Disney. And so they provide this as a secondary offering, if you will, or sometimes primary offering for people who just want to come to this sports tournament. But they estimate that they'll have about 2,500 attendees, making up about 1,480 room nights and $1.4 million in economic impact in Orange County. The second event is the 2026 USA Fencing October North American Cup. This is $40,000 that's being requested by the Greater Orlando Sports Commissions for bid fees for this event, scheduled to be held in October of 2026 at the Orange County Convention Center. We did host this a similar event to this a couple of years ago. I think Commissioner Scott joined us in touring this fencing event, but it was well received by their attendees. They enjoyed coming to the destination and want to come back. So good news for us. But this is the first national event on the annual calendar for men and women fencers in the USA Fencing. They expect a little under 16,000 attendees, 5,000 room nights, and an economic impact of $5.2 million. And then the last event that I'll talk about is the 2025 AAU Junior National Volleyball Championships. So this is the largest youth volleyball event in the world. This is the one that comes to the Orange County Convention Center annually. They're now hitting about 300,000 attendees, which is pretty amazing. 228,000 room nights and a $260 million economic impact. It occurs over a period of several weeks. So this year it'll be June 13th through July 7th. Again, at the Orange County Convention Center. Lots of traffic when they're in town, but they also spend lots of money and bring lots of people to the community. So for the last two events that were recommended by the Sports Incentive Committee, I'm going to have, as I mentioned, Jason Siegel and Steve Hogan come up and discuss them. And so they're going to give you a brief presentation, and then I'll come back with the recommended action. So I'll turn it over to Jason.
Thank you, Ray. Good morning, Mayor Demings. Good morning. Is it morning? Is it afternoon? Good afternoon. Sorry, my First Amendment. County commissioners, of course, and county staff. On behalf of the 138 members of the Greater Orlando Sports Commission's Board of Directors, appreciate the opportunity to be here with you this afternoon. Excited to present an opportunity that's been in the works, negotiations and conversations over the last 4 years, and yet another opportunity that can position us on the global stage. As you know, our community is blessed to be able to bid on global major marquee world-class events. And today we're here to discuss one of the biggest, WrestleMania, a global spectacle we've had the privilege of hosting twice before at Camping World Stadium. First in 2008 and again in 2017. The most recent drew a record-setting crowd of 165,000 attendees across that weekend, which was made up of 5 different shows. In fact, very timely this weekend. Yep, no, oh, there we go. Very timely this past weekend. If you didn't see on social media, or maybe you were tuning in, WrestleMania was hosted in Las Vegas as part of a massive 7-show lineup, complete with fan fest experiences. So before I go any further, I'd love to show a video. Miles?
Welcome to a new era. Welcome to WrestleMania. The greatest live event in entertainment. John Cena. Oh yeah. Final boss. The dead man cometh. It just doesn't get any bigger than this.
Ain't no better place to be.
The stars are out tonight.
There's one thing we know about Philly. It is a sports and entertainment town.
Jason Kelsey and Lane Johnson.
We can have some real fun for sure.
Mike, check 1, 2. What it do?
An event this big, one day just isn't enough.
WrestleMania 40.
The biggest WrestleMania of all time.
Fans have flocked
locked in from all 50 states and countries around the world.
This place is about to be on fire. We got one hell of a crowd.
We're just spending some time in the community.
WWE, thank y'all so much for making all this happen.
If you get the opportunity to try out for the WWE, you better eat that up and give it all you've got.
WWE World, pretty cool, right? I have a pretty cool guest for you guys.
This WrestleMania to make it the best WrestleMania of all time. Welcome to the brilliance. Welcome to the splendor. Welcome to WrestleMania.
All fired up. For those less familiar with the current landscape, WWE and UFC are now part of the same parent company, TKO Holdings Group, giving them an even bigger global footprint. As you can see on the screen, WWE has extensive global distribution across major networks, and that doesn't include their newly launched partnership with Netflix. WWE's reach is extraordinary, with content delivered to over 1 billion homes, 180 countries and 25 different languages, and a combined social media following exceeding 1 billion followers. In fact, WrestleMania this weekend got 1.1 billion views over the weekend. Needless to say, though, of course, competition to host these events is intense. Our competitors are sophisticated. They understand the opportunities for their communities. And in fact, WrestleMania, we hosted, of course, back 8 years ago in 2017. And this next opportunity for us wouldn't be until 2031, which would mark 14 years since our last time hosting. Las Vegas, who hosted this weekend, went 32 years in between hosting. When the Indianapolis Star-Journalist recently commented on Indianapolis securing a 3 event, that we're talking today about 4 different events, they compared that win in their community to landing the Super Bowl and called it a stunning coup. 2 months ago, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson announced that WrestleMania will be heading to New Orleans in 2026, and we are currently in the process of bidding, of course, for multiple opportunities as we look into the future. From an economic standpoint, WrestleMania consistently ranks among the top 10 to 15 global sporting events when it comes to economic impact. You can see a number of those opportunities on the screen, some that we have an opportunity to bid on, others that we don't. Of course, the Masters is not here, nor is the Tour de France, and a couple of others, of course, that are on the screen, Wimbledon, et cetera, et cetera. Hopefully, if all goes well, the NBA Finals will be here when the Orlando Magic go on a playoff run here in just a second. From an economic standpoint, we're certainly excited about the potential and opportunities that are in front of us. Today, we are respectfully requesting $18 million in rights fees to help us bring 4 major marquee events to Orlando, one in 2026, another in 2027, a third in 2028, that'd be Royal Rumble, and WrestleMania in 2031. These events in totality would equal 3 to 4 stadium shows. There's a possibility that Royal Rumble would be 2 stadium shows at Camping World Stadium, 7 to 8 arena shows. As we just saw in Las Vegas, they added an arena show and a theater show for their Hall of Fame, not to mention an immersive fan fest, which we hosted back in 2017, actually drew 35,000 fans just to the Fan Fest alone. Importantly, 2 of these events would take place during shoulder seasons, those times of year when tourism and hospitality industry needs the support the most. And as we learned in public comment today, WWE and UFC are deeply committed to community engagement. I had the chance to brief the commissioners and shared with many of them that we expect robust activations in across all 6, although maybe soon to be all 8 districts, including partnerships with community centers, local hospitals. We had Mac Reed here, and thank you to Jamie Merrill from the Boys and Girls Club. We had Amy Wise, and of course Sherry Wheelock does a great job here in our community with Special Olympics. Veterans associations and organizations would be involved, and of course WWE has a long history working with the Make-A-Wish Foundation. So to recap, the 4 events are projected to drive over 120,000 hotel room nights, $225 million in economic impact, $4 billion in media value, and of course, as we always discuss, significant returns through the recovered bed tax, sales tax generation, job creation, in addition to, of course, the direct spending that WWE and UFC would spend here in our market while they are in market. Just for some context, WWE comes in and starts setting up 2 weeks in advance. So with that, thank you for your consideration. Look forward to the possibility of bringing these iconic events here to Orlando and, of course, creating lasting impact for our residents, for our local businesses, and for our visitors, and, of course, creating many, many more magical moments here in Orlando. So I appreciate the opportunity to visit with you and present this morning.
All right, Steve coming up now? Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Comptroller. Thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. Also, just a moment to thank so many in the community that show up to speak publicly, inclusive of our Chairman, Sharon Lyon-Clary, who is here today, and Brian Combs could last only so long. He had to run off to work. But this is our 80th anniversary in town here. So our organization this year celebrates 80 games, and we're super proud of that. You know, this game was founded, the Citrus Bowl, as a fundraiser for a children's hospital in Umatilla, Florida. And we've really kind of taken that charge seriously over the decades. You know, so year 80, it's a cool celebration. I've been here for 30 of them. Unfortunately, for a lot of you, that's probably way too long. That's probably 29 years too long. But we really respect your investments in Camping World. I think all of you know we're a nonprofit sports and event management company. Our job is to put people in hotel rooms and turn on TV sets around the world, and we do it through sports and entertainment. So we're proud to do that with you. But we were blessed to be able to double down on that original mission in 1947 by adding what is today Lift Orlando to our community. And other business leaders and myself were blessed that over the last 12 years we've done $120 million of affordable housing, health and wellness buildings, early education schools, parks for this community, on and on and on, Boys and Girls Clubs, and we're just getting started. So this opportunity is special because I think the NFL, I think you all have seen through our relationships with the NFL Pro Bowl, are very philanthropic in their own way. They'll invest and leave a community better than they found it. I wasn't sure that there would ever be an opportunity to actually host NFL regular season football games in our community for real. We've had some preseason games. Clearly the Pro Bowl was a new achievement, but now the opportunity to have games that count to me is super exciting, and I can't wait to see kind of what we decide to do with this today. It's a huge opportunity. My intention is to include a minimum number of tickets per district per game so that we could utilize the opportunity to host kids that maybe otherwise couldn't afford to have a chance to get over to Tampa, to go up to Jacksonville, to go down to Miami to see NFL football live and in person. We routinely do this with NFL Pro Bowl, with our own bowl games, Florida Blue, Florida Classic. I think all of you know through us that we do that regularly. But our intention is to include as many as 50 tickets per district per game that we would coordinate with each of you to disperse in the interest of charitable organizations, underprivileged kids, and we'll work with you on a way to do that should we actually win this. So we still got to go win this, and that's our intention, is that we're going to win this, but we got to start here today. As you look at the 2027 JAG season, you first look at their 22 to 24 home attendance numbers. It's been 67,084 attendees on average for those home seasons. This particular year, as you may know, NFL teams have 10 games, usually home games in their stadium, and it alternates between 8 regular season games and 2 preseason, or 9 and 1 preseason, because depending on the year, because currently the NFL is a 17-game season. In 2027, there are 9 regular season games for the Jaguars' home schedule and 1 preseason game. It's a pretty cool schedule when you look at it up there on the left, or at least on our screen to the left. It'd be nice to get the Dolphins and Bucks and some of these other teams actually coming into our community. I don't have it on there. AFC North is also one other opponent to be determined, and you see the AFC West, pretty good lineup. It'd be nice if it were the Chiefs. I know for those of us, I'm not sure Travis will still be there dating a famous pop star or not, but it'd be great to get them into Camping World one way or the other. But a nice schedule, a robust schedule for us to enjoy. When you look at the economic impact, and again, we've used a variety of sources over the years, okay? And I think you just heard that Visit Orlando now adjudicating the Sports Incentive Committee gives yet another third-party view of what these are worth or not worth to this community. So that's another filter that we all enjoy. We as an organization over the years have used a variety of third-party study partners, CSNL, Convention Sports and Leisure, Tourism Economics, of course. As I described, Visit Orlando uses Destinations International, and we've used Enigma Research in particular on the NFL Pro Bowl. A lot of these provide underlying, kind of calculations that you can put room rates into, and out-of-market attendees and actual ticket sales data and all of that. But I'm happy to get into that, but third-party studies are done. I heard that mentioned earlier today, and we'd be more than happy to invest in more third-party studies, but that just is going to come at a cost, right? I mean, these are probably $50,000 to $75,000 per, but hey, it's great. I do think that Visit Orlando, who you are funding in a lot of ways to do some of this third-party work, is a benefit as well, without having to put that on top of the bidding organization. But we're happy to share our data whenever you want to see it. We think $20 million per game is a conservative approach to what this season would otherwise bring. We think 150,000 people for the totality of the season is relatively light, especially in consideration of the fact that in normal instances, an NFL team who hosts that kind of visitor crowd, some of you may follow the Las Vegas Raiders, or maybe you don't, but you'll notice that the local fans are a little bit perturbed, that usually they feel like they're in a visiting environment, because there's some close to 60% of the crowd is following the visiting team playing the Raiders, because Vegas is a great destination. We know that Orlando would be similar effect to the Jaguar season here. We expect closer to 200,000 plus out-of-market overnight visitors for the season here. We've kind of bounced this against research we had done around other NFL teams in our market in the past, as well as some data that we were able to get from the Jags. And, currently they're at about 26% already in Jacksonville of their own crowd that is overnight and out-of-market visitors for their games. We believe there's at least, and they would too, a 50% inflation in Orlando. We think Orlando's that kind of market, and so we would expect 39% out-of-market visitation. So again, we think $20 million per game for the season is a relatively conservative approach to look at the value of this opportunity. When you look at broadcast, the NFL is a popular sport, a lot of people that watch it. We would certainly benefit from that exposure. Broadcast alone, 40 million viewers for the entire season. We expect about $3.9 million in value per game for exposure of our destination in each and every single game. When you look at the year-round impact of the Jags' own channels on their web pages, they have 22 million viewers per season on their own web page, 3.9 million sessions on their mobile app, and 7.1 million impressions on their YouTube channel. These are all going to be assets that we're excited to explore, because we're going to make it a bit of a mandate, and not a bit of, we want it to be a mandate, and part of this deal that we would benefit the destination's brand, Orlando, Visit Orlando, be treated as an official partner and be able to use IP from the Jags, so that we can spend hopefully 26 and the majority of the spring and summer of 27 recruiting all these fans from around the country to follow their team and book hotel rooms here in Orlando. Again, the incentive, you've heard it, it's a $10 million request. There is an additional up to $1 million if we had this, the Jags made the postseason and there were 2 playoff games, but it would be a reduced request for those 2 playoff appearances, $500,000 for each, be a maximum of 2. So if they went on beyond that and somehow they were hosted in our community, those would be free of charge, so to speak. So let's hope that that occurs. But that $10 million, again, when you look at the NFL Pro Bowl incentives that we've hosted 6 now of the 8 that they've had in the lower 48 states since leaving Hawaii. In this community, there's been $3 million of investment in each of those Pro Bowls. This opportunity, I think, would be and should be a similar request, but there's an acknowledgement that the Jags are going to be displaced and need a place to play. We would like those games to be played here, at least I am requesting that those games are being played here. And, you know, the Jags do have some options. I think they've publicly at least ruled out the Speedway a little bit. They could certainly go back and look at the Speedway. It's a little bit easier to get to. It's closer. They have a lot of seats and all of that. But Gainesville and Orlando. Gainesville through UF Health as a corporate partner of the team. There's significant investment through that channel to the Jags, and it's closer to their fan base there at Florida Field. And they play in England, I think, as all of you know. They were one of the early adopters of the international games and play 1 to 2 games per year there. So our approach was, listen, we believe in our destination. We think you need us. I hope you need us. I hope you want us. And we believe we're an NFL city. But we recognize that, you know, that we have to do our part too. So we thought 1.25 per game essentially to ensure that a minimum of 8 games of their season are played in Orlando. Essentially any game that they're not, I would expect that 2 are played in England. So if you take those 2 out, the remaining 8 games would be here. If not, they want to play 9, they don't get any more money. This is the money, that's it. But this incentive says don't split it between Gainesville, Orlando, you know, some mixture of international. We want all of them here so that we can build a cohesive plan around tourism. September all the way into January is a nice window to be an NFL city. And I think what that would say, not only for our residents about that opportunity, but say to the world about where that Orlando has arrived is invaluable, right? So I look forward to discussing this further with you. Hope this is a yes. If this is a yes today, we're going to have to provide an official offer to the Jacksonville Jaguars. They will have to make a recommendation to the NFL, and at the next owners meeting in May, all 32 owners have to vote on what location they believe is best in light of the Jags recommendation. So that I'll stand by and answer any questions that you may have and appreciate the opportunity.
Steve, what's your projection for the probability that we win this thing outright if we provide the incentives?
About them saying yes to Orlando?
Yes.
Mayor, I want to believe 90%. I really do. I think they respect what Orlando is. Most of the owners know. They've had owners meetings here in the past. Those of you may follow that know that on occasion they meet here in this destination. There's respect for what the NFL Pro Bowl has done here in this market and how fans have responded to this destination. It's a larger media market than several NFL cities currently. But for 3 teams in our own state, this might already be an NFL city. So I believe that all of the metrics line up. There's going to be a decision to be made in terms of proximity to their fan base. But I think if we do this and put some other competitive pieces in place, I believe we'll win. I really do.
Okay. I got a question for Mr. Siegel.
Mayor?
So, Mr. Siegel, what do you say to, I'm going to say the critics in our community who say that, we should be spending these dollars in other ways? 1, 2, they say, this multi-billionaire owner of the Jaguars has a problem. They're building a stadium and they need a place to play. Why should we be investing in this?
Are you asking about Jaguars or WWE?
WWE, Jaguars, why should we be investing in any of this?
Yeah, I think to be very straightforward, in the application, so when our community over the past, you saw a Ray's presentation, 2016 establishes a fund. 2018 that is funded to a certain degree. Additional amounts in 2019, of course, most recently. I think certainly the value that we provide to the residents of this community ultimately comes down to what the application dictates, which is three things. First and foremost, for the pleasure of the residents of our community. In some cases, that is bringing global and major marquee events here to our community, which also lessens the burden of our residents having to travel to go see those events. I think you see that on the youth side as well. When we have youth sports, anytime that we can bring AAU volleyball, where hundreds of local teams participate and play, those families that are residents of our communities here locally, they don't have to spend those dollars to travel to other markets. So the burden on those families are certainly lessened. Number two, obviously, is an economic driver of activity. We have opportunities and we can decide whether there's an appropriate ROI or not. So certainly the opportunity to evaluate these opportunities and determine whether the ROI is there. And if it is, we've discussed many times, we vet through hundreds of different opportunities for our community and don't bring the ones to you where there isn't a significant return on investment. And then lastly, when you're talking about certainly the promotional value of a property like an NFL team, and of course WWE and some of the other events that we've hosted, whether they're Olympic marathons or others, is that exposure on a national or international level is certainly a result of having hosted those events. So it certainly goes to that third pillar, which is the marketing and promotion of our destination. So we'd always argue that as long as we're checking those three boxes, then it's worthy of an application, and it's certainly worthy of bringing to you all to ultimately make that final decision and let us know as stewards of these tax dollars whether it's appropriate to move forward. And we're very respectful and thoughtful in our approach, and certainly would say to those detractors, a process is in place. There's an awful lot of folks, an incentive committee that meets prior to the meeting here that has a chance to vet all of these opportunities before we come in front of you to make that final decision and give us direction on which direction we go.
And how would it potentially positively impact the least of those in our community?
Yeah, and I think that ultimately when it's an opportunity to fill stadiums and provide those who work in those venues, so jobs and opportunities I think are really important. Certainly with the activation at Camping World Stadium or Kia Center or the Convention Center, a lot of these events require activations in multiple venues, sometimes at UCF as well. I think that certainly job creation, retention, growth, I think that those are important. We know how important it is to the communities that surround those venues. And at the same time, we're pleased that, as you heard in the presentations earlier, I mean, it's incredible certainly what Florida Citrus Sports has done with the LIFT project and what that's meant to our communities. But we also make sure that when our guests are coming in and when our partners are coming into this community, it was really important when we talked to WWE and the folks at TKO that those established relationships with some of those great nonprofits would be first and foremost in our interest in activating around the events.
All right, thank you, sir. I'm going to go to our commissioners, Commissioner Wilson, then Commissioner Scott, then Commissioner Gomez-Cadero, then Commissioner Simrad. All right, Commissioner Wilson.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate the information you all are always willing to provide, questions that we have, my staff or myself, and I appreciate that, and sort of appreciate also that we walked through the history of how we got here in the decision that was made in 2024. This is kind of where, though, I was looking at that amount, the 10 million, and didn't understand how we get the 18 million and 11 million to out of a $10 million bucket. So if you could walk me through that a little bit to understand.
Sure, Commissioner. So I had that question myself, and the answer is that they're paid out over time. So as these events happen, and Jason and Steve can correct me if I'm wrong, but and especially the WWE, UFC ones, as they happen over time, it's over a course of years, that money is paid out over that time period, and so you're not eating the whole apple at one
Right,
time.
but that doesn't affect the amount that comes out of, the part that was designated by this board in 2024 stays the same regardless of what that schedule looks like.
10 million a year, every year.
Is there a formula for these types of bids? And I know this is probably a market question, but it seems, I'm just going to say, I'm not throwing anybody under the bus here, but there appears to be that, like, these are two sort of, if you do a little comparison, you get a lot more bang for the buck on the Jags as far as what the cost for the TDT dollars. But I didn't really understand if that's because of other variables, and if I could get a little more information about that.
Yeah, I think no two opportunities are the same. They certainly have to be evaluated on their own. I think in the case of this opportunity with TKO, we look at it as the number of show nights in each of those. So even though WrestleMania is one event, there's going to be 7 show nights. So you could have upwards of 200,000 fans coming to those shows. So certainly we think somewhere in the neighborhood in that package, you're looking at about 10 to 12 shows over the course of those 4 events, which are split. But you're right. There's no question about it. It's 2 things. Certainly, it's the right of the rights holder, the event organizer and owner, to determine what they think is a competitive bid fee or rights fee. They go to market, and ultimately we can evaluate and say, yes, we feel like 18 million is reasonable. That was not the opening number. I'm not going to go too far into that. We certainly had a conversation, a negotiation to land on a lesser number, we'll say. But there's no question about it that it's they're very different. AAU, of course, the great return on investment in hotel room nights, but you don't have all of that national and international television. So
right. They have different, and I fully get that part of it. I think
no question.
The part that I had flagged within the supplemental materials in the agenda was that the attendance for the Jag seasons was denotated at like a 520,000, whereas the WrestleMania was at 300,000, but the room nights were the same. And so I didn't understand how that could come out to be it seems very arbitrary to me, but I don't understand the business. So if there's a way to walk us through that. Also.
Sure. Data, 81% of the visitation is out of market for these WWE events. 6-7% international, and the majority, 4/5 of the data based on the research and the economic impact reporting that they've provided to us. So it's going to, certainly lend to more hotel rooms. Lengths of stay is significantly longer because you're going to have, in the case of a WrestleMania, you're going to have the first event start on potentially a Friday, like they just did in Las Vegas. Folks may come into town. Remember also Orlando, organically, when folks come here for these major events, they stay longer. There's no question about it. They'll have their WWE weekend, but they'll also hit the theme parks as well. So in WrestleMania's case, that length of stay, if they're coming for everything, they may come in on Thursday, be ready for the first event on Friday, 2 events on Saturday, potentially 2 events and a fan fest on Sunday. There's a Monday night event and a Tuesday night event. So I think when you start to
so it doesn't
do
really
the math,
describe it well to think of WrestleMania as the singular.
No question. Royal Rumble, same thing. Right now, it's a 1 stadium night event. That would be the 2028 piece of business. They're looking at adding a second night, which would be a second stadium show, in addition to those ancillary events that they would have as well.
All right. Well, that does sort of fill in some of the pieces there. I think it's important, and I want to make sure that I'm addressing everybody when I say this, because you all got to hear public comment this morning, and you see the agenda ahead of us today. We have such challenges in our community taking care of just fundamental needs. And of course, the primary role of government is to take care of the health, safety, and welfare of our residents. So we sit here and make some really difficult decisions. And for those sitting at home and watching this and seeing millions of dollars come out of a tax base that goes into really robust, successful economic drivers, can you explain how that works? And I mean, I'm going to give either one of you the chance to do this so that we're all on the same page. I think today, especially knowing that we're having we're having a lot of conversations about infrastructure, right? And about how we take care of these things into the future. So help us understand better the structure that's in place.
And I'll definitely want Steve, because we have these conversations all the time, to jump in. I serve on the Commission for Homelessness. I certainly have a well-rounded appreciation for the challenges in our community. And I think at the end of the day, for us as the Greater Orlando Sports Commission, we are tasked with a certain very finite responsibility, and there are dollars allocated for us to drive economic development, drive impact. So I think from our standpoint, we want to follow along with what we're tasked and ultimately what our mission is. And at the end of the day, ultimately, it's up to the community to set those guidelines for us to follow, and certainly have a vast appreciation for all of the conversations that are happening in the room.
Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner, I think it's a great question, right? I mean, we all care and need so many more resources, right? When you think about transportation, housing, the gamut. For someone who's had an organization that's been invested in affordable housing, I mean, you look at the Sadowski Fund in the state, and here, like TDT, we as a community, as we should, say, okay, we want to have tourists invest in a resource because the tourists, in this case, are burdening to some degree and benefiting our community. And that TDT source gets used in very highly dedicated ways right now, right? And we can all argue whether there should be some expanded uses of that, and people are having that argument.
Literally in about 2 hours, I think.
Right, that's right, in Tallahassee and everywhere else. And that's totally okay, right? It's totally appropriate. But in this case, certainly in the JAGS offer as well, tourists are paying for this opportunity for our residents too. So although 40% of that crowd will likely be coming, in our bowl games and the Pro Bowl, it's closer to, our international soccer is closer to 70% or out of market overnight stays. But even in that case, where it's an awesome tourism event, 30% of our local residents are enjoying something that the tourists paid to go get. Now, so the Sadowski Fund example, again, maybe it's not a good one, but it was a source dedicated for a purpose that gets rated every year. And some other communities that we compete with to go get these big events, bigger cities than us, that have a lot bigger corporate base in their community and have more wealth, are competing for these events. In some cases, bidding on things takes away from general fund. If you didn't have whatever you deemed was appropriate out of tourist tax to invest in capital infrastructure, and enticing events, conventions, building convention centers, taking care of those assets, whatever, marketing the destination, whatever you think's appropriate, right? You would be making a decision in this community if you wanted to compete at that level with other top 15 or 20 markets in this country. You would be robbing some other budget to do it. And that's sad, right? We're blessed that TDT's here, that we can do some of these things on kind of the backs of the visitation as opposed to our local residents, so that we're not taking from the resources you have as commissioners in our general fund to take care of our population. So I just think it's an important thing always to point out, we're not overtaxing people certainly, and overall in terms of competitiveness, I'll leave it there. But I think we all have to try and do both things.
Yeah, no, and listen, I think the discussion, the dialogue is so important. I am hopeful that every year we will have more residents engaged during budget session, because our budget session is so interesting to me, how many of our revenue sources are restricted, that have very specific, they go directly to this, to this, to this, to this. And so, we look like we have this really gigantic, robust budget. Yes, we are very blessed in so many ways, but we do have so many restrictions on those. And to some extent, your description of the tourism development tax is an example of that, where the legislation that is enacted specifically lays out those uses. And so the revenue source comes from tourism back into tourism. But, I appreciate the continued ongoing dialogue. I know that we can talk forever about getting a train here too, so I'm not giving up on that. And I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Scott.
Good morning, Mayor. Thank you. Hey, Steve, when you were talking about the assets that the Jaguars and their organization utilize to promote, their events and activities on the field, off the field, you referenced something about mandating as a part of the agreement, if we're awarded, that we're able to utilize that in some fashion. I just wanted to clarify, because you said mandate that they mention our brand, and you reference Visit Orlando. So I guess I'm just trying to understand that statement because it confused me.
Yeah, so I'll clarify. Thanks, Commissioner. I'm excited about it, actually, because I love trying to be strategic in this way around how we're going to make this asset when we have it work. And so think of corporate partners of these massive institutions, right? They have huge brands that get to use their intellectual property. So the Jags logos, take those things to market, talk about the season, do all the kind of things that otherwise you'd have to be generic. If you were a corporation wanting to benefit from the Jags, you could not use their IP and juxtaposition it with your corporation to go market out there, right? So that costs money. They invest those kind of dollars in sports sponsorships. I want us to get that. We just want that included. We want Orlando as a destination to be included as an official partner of the Jags for that entire season, so that our Visit Orlando team has the free reign to go market this opportunity to the fans that we want to come visit Orlando without paying for it. Does that make sense? So they would be treated as an official partner of the Jaguars, leveraging all these channels and being able to take that intellectual property to market.
Okay. So forgive my ignorance if I misspeak. We met yesterday. I thought I had all this clear. So is Visit Orlando going to be a party to the agreement, or are they involved in negotiations?
No, they wouldn't be in that way. I'm adding that to what we're demanding of the team provide us, so that then we can say, Visit Orlando, you now have this right. You can go use it to market the destination, which is your job. So, I mean, I'm happy to bring them to the discussion about that, but they're not currently in that conversation.
No, it just threw me because, if they're a party to the agreement, then obviously, yeah, and just like you're asking us to approve the agreement, not Visit Orlando. We do fund Visit Orlando to those things, and I feel like they would do that anyway. So I just, in my thought process, when you were saying, I'm going to stipulate in the contractual agreement that this party is a part of the process and the party is not. It just.
Well, I should say, so remove Visit Orlando for a second, right? That's currently who markets this destination.
Right.
So we want, though, as part of this, to be able to utilize these resources of the Jags as an official partner. So then when we win this piece of business, you Visit Orlando now have this right. You can go use this without going to negotiate a contractual agreement with the Jags to do that very thing. I just want it included. Do you understand?
No, I understand clearly. I would just, if and or when the opportunity presents itself, assuming we move this forward, I would love for the Orange County to be able to have the same, stipulation. I mean, if
you by definition can and will. I mean, if you want to use the Orange County logo versus our marketing logo for the destination Visit Orlando, that's fine as well.
Okay.
It's more about, even if you just want to use the generic Orlando, it's more about the right to get to do it with their intellectual property.
Right. Well, I mean, we have a pretty amazing team at Orange TV. So, and I just would imagine they would love to have the opportunity to be able to work with the NFL team. And so, however, assuming we move forward,
they'll absolutely have that ability.
Stipulated for that. It's kind of what I'm getting at. So, again, saying we move this forward, and then they have the owners meeting in May.
They do.
Late May, early May?
Second week of May, I believe.
Second week of May. So what we're doing in negotiating with the team is getting the right for a recommendation, but ultimate approval rests with the collective
32
ownership
owners,
groups.
correct.
Okay. So then, let's say we push this forward, it goes to ownership, and for whatever reason, because we know politics do play in this, at least within the NFL, their own internal politics, and it does not move forward, what happens to, do we lose any money?
No, we don't provide any money unless we get a minimum of 8 NFL football games.
Okay. All right.
They don't get $1.
Okay. I'm good, Mayor. Thank you.
Yeah.
Right. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Hogan and Mr. Siegel, for this presentation. And I think for both of you, 2 simple questions. First, for the WrestleMania, which other cities are bidding on this one?
In our estimations, they're in conversation probably with 24 cities.
24
other cities.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you can see the pattern right now as they've been in Philadelphia, Las Vegas, New Orleans. I mean, they've repeated and gone back to cities they've been in, as I shared earlier. But and they have a number of products. So the Royal Rumble event that we're looking at 2028. So if you're looking at maybe their 4 biggest events, they're having these conversations. They're also, which was unusual, we hadn't seen this in the past, Indianapolis was awarded Royal Rumble. They were awarded a WrestleMania. They were awarded a 3rd event. So it looks like they're going 2 cities and looking to see if they can extend and solidify their position over a period of time. So in the past, it was one-offs. So they would take and look at just periods of time, and we would bid on one event at a time. It looks like they're doing it a little bit differently under this new ownership group.
Oh, okay. And I wanted to ask you also, when will you know about this, that you win the bid?
For this proposal, if the bid fee, if today is approved, we would go back and continue our conversations, hopefully over the summer. Pick somebody, The Rock or John Cena or somebody else would be in our market. We'd have a big announcement, but there's still more work to be done. The first step is the rights fee, and if we aren't able to secure a rights fee, then the point's moot.
Okay. So, and these are, just general questions that we know, but maybe the public. If we approve you today, what is the process? You will file the application with the money, or how that goes? You give the money completely? Or
No, not a dime would be exchanged. We would enter into negotiations.
Okay.
We would involve county attorneys. We would start to, I think the funds coming out of Visit Orlando, so there'd be conversations internally, because I think the cash flow is the most important conversation we'd have to have, is taking a look at the cash flow and some of the projected opportunities for us in the future. Our organization, certainly Florida Citrus and others, are looking well into the future, 10, 12 years down the road. We want to have conversations around how that cash would be distributed, and obviously leading into the biggest event, which is in 2031. So we would want to make sure that everyone is comfortable with how that all is drawn up, and then we would finalize and move forward.
So then,
but no distribution of dollars until we could come to an agreement on those 4 events: the WWE event in 26, UFC event in 27, Royal Rumble in 28, and then WrestleMania in 31.
okay. And another question.
Yes.
I know you bid in a lot of all these sports, and so if you don't get it, is the money returned to you? You don't. Or
Yes.
it's only
Only if awarded and contracted.
Only if you're awarded. Okay.
Yes.
So can we say that also for the Jaguars, if they approve and they win the bid, when will you know?
In May.
In May.
We'll know in
Okay,
May.
So that's
Whether we win or lose, yep.
win or lose. Okay. Okay. So that was my question. Thank you so much. Thank you for all you do. Thank you.
And if I could just let you, so the requested actions on the screen, and just so you know, so what this would do was give approval for Visit Orlando and enter into funding agreements with these groups. There's always a stipulation in all of these contracts that if these events don't happen for whatever reason, they don't get any money. So there's no money on the hook unless the events happen. And sometimes if certain metrics are met even. So I know that question's come up a couple of times. I just want to make sure that's clear.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Martinez-Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, so one of the greatest jobs for an elected local leader is to protect our local economy, of which ours is tourism dependent. Right now we are moving in, when we talk about our tourism economy, into a market uncertainty time because of exogenous and endogenous economic shocks that we see happening. There's looming concern of an economic recession, and our job is to look for low-risk investments that would protect our local economy. And we're looking for events that have a high inelastic demand to withstand market shocks to our system. One of the greatest economic indicators of our local economy is going to be our tourist development tax revenues that come in. So I'm looking for events that are going to, that while they're using TDT funding, they are also going to in turn generate TDT funding. I'm looking for a replenishment and a protection of our local economy. Can you please show the graph that was available where we had the low demand time periods in Orlando? So during my briefing, I asked if we could use these sporting and recreational events to help compensate to offset low demand time periods. And I was informed that for WWE, UFC, and some of these local events, there's that wiggle room to be able to adjust the schedule so that we can recapture TDT that we would have lost in a low demand period to correct the market and bring the demand up. So that's what we're looking for. We're looking to bring in additional room nights so that we can maintain our TDT, replenishment, maybe even make more in an uncertain market time. So when I did some additional research pertaining to all of the events that are within this package, I used industry data to look at hotel occupancy rates. And what I can guarantee with certainty is that the events that are being picked here in the beginning, Pride Cup, fencing, USA fencing, my apologies, AAU Junior National Volleyball, the TKO Orlando Event Series. Without a doubt, I see a boost in hotel occupancy, meaning that they are contributing to the TDT. We've got the wiggle room to move those events around to plug and play to help compensate for low demand periods. That's fabulous. If I move on to the WWE, I can see from their market reach research that they're going into about, 1 billion homes worldwide. They sell out across the country in all of the events that they produce, and they are highly dependent upon a technically defined tourist, meaning the person has traveled at least 50 miles and spends at least 24 hours in the market, meaning that they are truly contributing to our TDT because they're in the hotels. So we know that with the WWE, it also generated 160,000 attendees at the Las Vegas WrestleMania, and that they're filling the stadium, or the arena, wherever they may be playing. So we know, and I also, if you use industry data from STR, you can also see that in the destinations where they hosted WWE, a giant spike in their hotel occupancy rates, meaning that TDT could potentially be generated from those events. Additionally, it's one of the most inelastic sports that we have in the marketplace. They have a market reach that goes way beyond a lot of sports, falling into the categories of the FIFA World Cup, Olympic Games, Super Bowl, Wimbledon, all sorts. So huge economic reach. So yes, we can see that this would generate TDT, and again, perhaps in times of market uncertainty, maybe we could even come out ahead, and what a blessing that would be for our local economy. But if I move to the Jaguars, and the Jaguars, everybody loves NFL football, myself included. But again, the job is to try to protect a local economic measure of our tourism industry, which is our TDT. And what we can see is that they have, I think, about 13,000 season tickets. So if we make the assumption that all 13,000, 100% of them, make the trip from Jacksonville and they stay in our hotels, that would be great. But that's an assumption of 100%. That means that we would still have about 47,000 seats in Camping World Stadium, because we've got an occupancy of about 60K. So about 47,000 potential room nights that we could generate from the Jacksonville Jaguars. However, if you look at Jacksonville Jaguars' own market research, they indicate that when they reference where their reach is headed, it says, the team recognizes Orlando as a significant market and actively seeks ways to connect with fans there, including exploring the possibility of hosting games at Camping World Stadium. The Jaguars' potential move to Orlando for some games, while the Everbank Stadium undergoes renovations, highlights their willingness to expand their market reach. That means that they're making an assumption that the Orlando people are going to come out and to consume these tickets, right? To consume the seats in that stadium. That means that we're not necessarily generating tourists who are coming and staying in our market. If we're not generating tourists, then we're not replenishing to our TDT. And we're opening the door for market susceptibility, where we're going to be concerned about whether or not we're actually replenishing our TDT. So I would like to make a motion to please separate these items so that we can consider them individually as opposed as one collective package, because I don't see that all of them are guaranteeing the same lower market risk with an inelastic product to compensate for low demand periods, particularly during market uncertain times. So I'd like to make that motion, please, to separate these items so that we may consider them individually.
Commissioner, can we, you made a statement, but I would love to hear like a response, like just the dialogue. I want to hear their response before we consider your motion. If that's
Okay,
yeah,
so if you all want to respond to that, and then I'm going to go to Commissioner Uribe, so all commissioners have the opportunity to speak before we entertain motions, but go for it.
So, I mean, first speaking to the need periods, when you look at that particular graph up there, I mean, a huge swath at the beginning of this season is in our weakest tourism period of the year. So when you look at September in particular, these games are starting in September, littered through, really, I would argue, the spring is obviously our most significant. You get some bumps in the summer, but this runs the gamut of the rest of the year, including those many weeks of our poorest tourism periods and most need times. So it's, I think it's ringing the bell in terms of when they're played. Also, when you look at the games at home, whether it's the Jags or any other team, a significant portion of the people in the stadium. Now think of this. You just mentioned 15,000 season ticket holders. 13,000. There's 67,000 people in that building on average in Jacksonville. So there's a significant amount of people coming from not only their region, but well beyond the region in Jacksonville. So even if a significant portion of the 13,000 season ticket holders from Jacksonville came to Orlando, by definition would be tourism, but I'm not even looking at those. We're just looking at the fact that they're currently seeing on the order of 28 to 30% out of market visitors for their own home games. And that's a market, no offense, I love Jacksonville, but I don't think holds a candle to Orlando in terms of attractiveness, and they're having that sheer amount of visitation tied to every single home game that they have. So when you have 65,000 people in the building, in our community, for the entire portion of that season, 8 games minimum, and you think about your numbers, 13,000 of them being potentially local, yes, would you expect to see 30% of that crowd, 40% of that crowd come from Orlando? That's kind of what our data said would happen. It's really that, the other percentage of that crowd that we expect to be out-of-market visitors. And that's what we've seen in the NFL Pro Bowl, right? You've had that same exact type of product with a lot of local fan bases, in the marketplace and local fans in our own community, but still significantly we're up in, I think it's the 60% range of out-of-market tourism. So an NFL regular season game, beyond the fact that they have a season ticket base, and there's going to be a lot of interest here in our own community, a significant portion of that stadium through need times on our calendar are going to be out-of-market visitors on the order of 30,000 people a game.
Thank you for that. But when you look at Jacksonville's data, they're not generating, you say that the people who are attending the Jacksonville games, they're also not overwhelmingly staying in the hotels, according to the data.
Well, the hotels that they have in Jacksonville are somewhat limited. They fan out. I mean, their numbers for the 24 season, Again, we're closer to 28% on average out-of-market visitors for their games.
Out of market, but out of market does not necessarily include a tourist. It can be a visitor or a tourist. A tourist is somebody who stays in the area for 24 hours consuming a room night.
Right.
So that data is inclusive of both. So it has, but if you look at the hotel occupancy rates, which you can through industry data, you can see that Jacksonville, while you do have a peak, it's not generating the TDT and revenue stays that their other events do. So it's more of a local market area consumption. It's not necessarily a tourist-based consumption. So tourists who come to Orlando, the core product is not going to be to come to a Jacksonville game, unless perhaps maybe like they're playing the Buffalo Bills and people from New York would come to, something like that. But this is just, I'm just seeing that this has a lower return on the TDT, and given the economic uncertainty of what we're looking at, the other two packages have a much higher opportunity to collect in TDT than the Jacksonville Jaguars, and I'm concerned when they highlight in their own marketing research that they want Orlando people to come up to Jacksonville to stay in their hotels.
Right.
That's why they want to come and bring their sports team to Orlando. They want to give Orlando people a taste of the product so they can get them up to Jacksonville to get the TDT. So it's not that they're looking at our market as an opportunity to extend their reach to get them to Jacksonville. That gives me the assumption that they've done some very good market research to tell them that there's a willingness for Orlando people to go. So I'm thinking that, yes, a lot of Orlando people might come up to go and see the Jacksonville Jaguars, but those people are going to go home. They're not going to contribute to the TDT. And again, we're trying to protect our local economy, which one of the greatest measures of that economy's health is our TDT. So I'm trying to pad that, and you get the best bang for our buck for the money that we have. And I'm not seeing that the Jacksonville Jaguars could be that best potential revenue. Thank you.
Commissioner Uribe, then Commissioner Scott.
Okay, so a lot has been asked and a lot has been said. Jason, I'm going to start with you, if you don't mind. So this is clearly a big dollar amount. Can you break that down over the next 5 years, 6 years of that breakdown? Because we're looking at $18 million. I know you're saying UFC, wrestling,
Sure.
all these things. But can you kind of give us an idea of what that yearly, what you consider, $3 million we're going to do here, because saying 18 million is a big number even compared to what Steve is asking.
Sure. Two things. I think the first and foremost, in the negotiations, they asked us to break down the value to us, and I refused to do that. I felt that as an opportunity within that negotiation to certainly be able to go back and forth and have those conversations. And even if they're watching and listening right now, I don't think I've violated that conversation for sure.
Let's hold right there, because I remember I don't want to put you at a deficit in this negotiation either. So before you do that, one of the things that we had in our briefing yesterday is that we're looking at even adding on events, right? So you're like, we've now grown to so many arena events, so many, Camping World events. So this is actually, you're getting more value for your dollar as you are negotiating along the way. And I can just assume, what was it, 2017 when the last WrestleMania was here?
Yeah, we had 5 shows. This would be 8+, the Fan Fest, the way that they've structured it in Las Vegas, and again, will be in New Orleans. So I think the number of shows certainly is important because those are the actual number of nights, event nights. But we have been careful not to break out the value. I think ultimately it comes down to the conversation we would have next, where from a cash flow standpoint, ultimately what's best for our community is what we're willing to allocate as we get closer to that big event in 2031.
Okay, and there's also the value of national broadcasting, which clearly happened over the weekend. And then the brand is so big. I can't talk, reference to UFC, but I remember from my days in radio, I was still in radio in 2017. You're talking about these athletes and actors, whatever you want to call them.
Superstars.
There you go, superstars. They actually come in and do phases of so much to build. I mean, I hear that they do things at the convention center where they do signings. I mean, there's just a lot of growth in this process. So it really becomes like, you know, like D23, like a full, like blown on process that takes place. So there, and we're not even including that value to it. We're just saying the direct value to this and that. Okay.
Absolutely. And like I mentioned, they're in market many days, in some cases weeks, prior to hiring local crews to start to build out their sets at Camping World Stadium, in Kia Center, not to mention all the activations that we're going to ask of them, which, by the way, they need not to be asked. I mean, they do that on, it's organic to who they are as an organization. So
right.
You'd have those as well.
Okay, thanks, Jason. Ray, I wanted to go back to you on a few things. So when I looked at the Pride Cup, I looked at the USA fencing, and I looked at the Junior National Volleyball Championship. Part of my answers were my questions were answered when you were referring to Commissioner Wilson's questions. But what I couldn't help, I just kind of did some basic math here, right? So you're saying fencing is actually only generating a 32% in hotel TDT, so when we're talking about the value of the dollar. But then you had Pride at a 59%, but then you had AAU volleyball at 76%. Now, I actually can answer the volleyball because they actually stay for a while, so it's not as short. But these numbers on fencing and Pride don't quite add up. And so if you could explain, I mean, you're telling us essentially 60% of the people, you're doing a 60% room count in comparison to attendees. That seems pretty high when it appears, and you said it in your opening, this is kind of like an add-on to Pride Weekend and everything that goes on. Are you bundling that? Because when you look at this investment to those dollars to this number, it's not quite adding up.
Sure. So just to be clear, I didn't ask for the dollar amounts, right? The dollar amount was asked for by Kindred Pride Foundation, and they brought it to the Sports Incentive Committee and presented their request. And as Jason mentioned, they're all different, right? In this particular, in this particular one that you're referencing, some of these questions that you're asking came up, right? Because the question came up, in, as Steve referenced to, Visit Orlando is there, and they provide some research and analysis in terms of making sure that what the groups are saying makes sense, that they fall in the need periods or don't, right? And they present that to the committee. And so some of those questions were asked when Kindred Pride presented their request. You know, are these people coming here for this event alone, or are they coming here because of the other event at Disney? The difference here is this group. So this group actually has a hotel block, which they didn't in the past, but now they have a hotel block where they're bringing in people for their event, right? You have to register and stay at that hotel to be a part of that event. So they have that, and it's not going to cover all of those people that they said are attending, but they do have a block, and so there will be a return on some of that money. I will mention that the return that was calculated was negative, but the Sports Incentive Committee went ahead with this recommendation because this is a newer event and a growing event that they hope to kind of get off the ground. So
Okay.
that was the discussion at the
Well,
committee.
and then that kind of goes to what Commissioner Kelly Semrod just said. The idea of doing this is to refill the TDT dollars. So this actually showed up as a negative, but they're calling it an early investment, because when I'm looking at the numbers, it doesn't make sense. I mean, I just went through the ones that you presented to us. I'm not asking you to engage. I was just kind of telling you, like, I just did numbers as he was going over this and my conclusions on these.
It's just the monthly occupancy rates show that it's not a negative on those.
But they just said their own data showed it as a negative.
And I said the ROI. So
It's the ROI, not
Yeah.
the monthly occupancy rates in the rooms.
Right.
Okay. And then Steve, if I could ask you, currently, can you kind of walk us through a little, I mean, the Jaguars, are they getting a new stadium or are they just getting it fixed up? I never heard. I never finally
Fixed
heard.
up, but substantially new.
Yeah.
It's $1.6 billion or $1.7 billion. I got to go back and look at the math now again, but putting a roof over the top of it, which they're touching literally everything else below it as well. So essentially it'll be new, but a significant amount of the seating's remaining.
So I wanted to follow up on what you were asking. So you said they have 13,000 season pass holders at theirs?
Commissioner referenced that from a news report, I believe.
Do you have any of that data of what
I can
their
get
season?
I can get their season ticket base. I have some data from the visitation, which, I thought
Okay.
was most important.
Yeah, because I'm trying to understand Jacksonville's perspective to compare it to what's going to happen here. So if you have it, do you have anything you can share about theirs currently right now as it stands? Like how much does their stadium hold? What is their fulfillment of how they're filling seats and so forth?
Yeah, I mean, currently they have 67,000 people on average at their NFL games. They have 10 of them a year between preseason and regular season. When you look at the fact that they have been averaging, let me pull open, Callie, can you give me those sheets, or actually I have it here. When you look at the data we pulled from what they have been actually getting, it's 20%, 26% of their crowds of 67,000 people are coming from outside of their market, from somewhere else. And we can argue whether they stayed in Lake County on the way down or Savannah, or whether they stayed in the limited amount of probably Jacksonville hotels that they have or somewhere south of that. But literally all of the teams, by the way, in this state and multiple destinations want Orlando people to go travel there and spend their money, right? The Bucs would love to have you go over there and spend money. So would the Dolphins. So would that, it's just business, right?
Right.
But at the end of the day, they and all the other NFL teams, again, when you look at the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Bureau saying that as many as 60% of the people in their stadium for some of these games to see the Raiders flew in and stayed in hotel rooms for the night to go see the visiting team come play the Raiders in Vegas. We're at that kind of a market. Every NFL market is experiencing people with overnight stays, and they vary based on team, and maybe that's the capacity of their marketplace, but 26% on average there. They expect, and we would expect, that Orlando, which has much more capacity for hotel rooms and a much bigger reason for you to come and extend your stay after watching your team play, should be in the 39% range conservatively. And that I think that's below. If you see Vegas, that's routinely at that number, or north to 60%. I think Orlando thinking that it would be in the 39% range in terms of overnight stays and visitation for games is conservative.
Okay, and then, so my follow-up question to you on that is, obviously, is there any national broadcasting of the games that you know of that are going to be taking place? I don't think all 10 or all 8, as you said, but do you know what kind of national broadcasting we'd get off of that?
I mean, obviously, the better you are, the better positions you'll get bumped up to in terms of the schedule. But the estimate is about 40 million viewers for the season.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. And then lastly, while I can understand the factor of debating the TDT question, there is a significant sales tax revenue that comes in. People spend money here, they're going to eat here, they're going to shop here, they're going to get gas, they're going to stop at the store, all of those things. And they're certainly probably going to spend a lot of money at your venue in addition to that. So, and then my last question would actually go to Comptroller Diamond, or maybe even Kelly T, who's in the audience. We're talking about TDT funds, right? But yet we can't help but hear the top of the news every day about TDT funds being diverted for other needs in our community. So when you're looking at us committing just off the cuff, 30, 40 million, over $30 million. And if there's a change in legislation where money gets diverted, how, maybe you can give us a little, there's been so many bills, but they seem to consistently be coming after revenue shortfalls coming from this bucket. How do we, I'll let you share a little bit on that because I even saw your email just recently, but how do we fulfill these financial obligations if we may be allowed to use it for something else?
If I could just jump in for a second, I think it's hard to answer that today, given that the legislature appears to be in overdrive as far as finding ways and suggestions and ideas for what to do with the TDT. Somebody, I forget who it was, said we'll find out at 3:30 today what they're thinking about. So, I think that's very hard to answer, except one thing I would say is I commend you all on, supporting us and having good reserves, because if something does happen that's unanticipated, that gives us some ability to do that, assuming that those are safe as well.
So that's good. So you feel, obviously this isn't going to kill our reserve. I mean, it will significantly dent our reserves, but we would be able to follow through on our obligation if this process passes.
Yeah, well, and that's certainly the idea, but I think anytime you don't know what's going to happen, whether it's a national issue or a state issue, you just don't know exactly what you should do and how you should do it. But hopefully we'll get a little bit of clarification over the next 7 or 8 days and give you a better, more specific answer to a really good question.
Yeah.
I think Comptroller Diamond has really hit the nail on the head. The challenge we have right now is, the language we saw proposed late yesterday around 5 o'clock is completely new.
Yeah.
And so understanding the impacts is really difficult at this time. It's language we saw less than 24 hours ago. It will be heard twice in committee today. It does not exist on the Senate side. So we have two different schools of thought right now on how to handle TDT, if at all. I think the challenge is to say that the legislature has created a dynamic environment is an understatement. I don't believe they're going to end on time. I guess miracles are possible, but they really have no place to land the plane just yet. We don't have allocations. There really doesn't seem to be a consistent thought on how they will handle the policy process and the budgeting process on items that impact policy. So this likely will be a trade issue. And so what that means is if anyone's passionate about it, are they so passionate that it's something they're willing to trade for? It's kind of how the sausage is made. So I think the big question is, what are the direct and indirect implications of the language that we're seeing for the first time? And staff right now is working on trying to determine that. There's a lot unknown, though.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is, as you're talking about DOGE all across the country, people see this enormous bank of money. And that's why it continues to be a hot topic. And so you won't be able to get away with that, be able to get away from that conversation for a long time. Okay, and Jason, one last question. You've got UFC, you've got wrestling, you got Royal Rumble, you got WrestleMania. Are these all contingent together, or can these possibly be split up if the league decides, we're going to do Royal Rumble here and we're going to do WrestleMania there? Is it an all or nothing, or is it the possibility that in this negotiation we may lose some and have some?
Right now, all.
Right now, all.
Yeah, and that's how they're positioning it with a number of other communities.
Okay, because they're very smart as an agency. They're, as you said, they're talking to 20 cities essentially. What do you feel is the likelihood that you'll be able to? Because we're fairly new when you think about when's the last time this all happened. Do you feel confident that could actually? Which
camera should I look into when I'm answering in front of my?
Right there, this one right there.
We're confident.
Okay.
We know that we know that they've had successful outcomes, not only in 28 and 27. Not only in 2008, 2017, virtually in 2020. They host NXT events here in our community over in Winter Park. A long-standing relationship. We know how important Orlando certainly is to their business. That said, you've got a lot of cities that are very interested. They read the headlines. They see the economic impacts that are derived. And we're seeing, it's been reported, the governor of New Jersey and getting involved in negotiations. And,
right.
So I think, and not to go too far off track, but certainly when we were having the conversations in front of you all, and thank you for the confidence in groups like ours about raising the $4 million to $10 million, is that we're seeing that events and rights holders, they're raising, the rates, and certainly the asks are going up, whether it's a college football national championship or an Olympic qualifier. We know what the marketplace is what's happening in the marketplace.
Absolutely. And while we talk about TDT and Visit Orlando and all of these great, beds and heads, I really think it's important that we give a face to all the small businesses that are breaking their backs to get their fair share of funding, and businesses are suffering. Every day you open the paper, you hear more and more people closing down. You see stores shutting down. I was just recently in the West Oaks Mall in Commissioner Scott's district, and it was so scary. I mean, it is absolutely scary. And what we need is, yes, we need beds and heads, but we need the local restaurants, the Pirates dinners and the Tabla restaurants and all these folks that are just struggling to hang on, to have those folks come through their door, because they're calling me, they're getting organized because they're dying. I mean, when you're hearing agencies along I-Drive laying off people on a weekly basis, it's very, very scary. And so, again, realizing that these funds can only be used for this. If we could use it for anything else, trust this board would have done that a long, long time ago, but we need to help the smaller businesses that are being affected by this too. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. Our next BCC meeting is May 6th. I know you mentioned that Steve mentioned that the ownership group is meeting in the latter part of May. If we were not to make a decision on the Jaguars, would that delay from a logistics and planning standpoint would you not be able then to compete, or what would that look like from a timeline and logistics? Would you still be able to present a reasonable offer?
Certainly wouldn't help. I guess I'm not saying that it would kill us. I don't know as I stand here today. This is the timeline we've been on. This is the meeting we knew we would hit. This is the way this has been constructed so they could do due diligence within the league to make it to the owners meeting. And, I don't know what we would do between now and that next meeting to justify this anymore. I mean, I personally think it's a no-brainer.
So Steve, it's not for you to justify it. What I'm saying is, given that, there are still some uncertainties in Tallahassee, what would allow us to maybe never on our tea leaves. So I was just curious if that would delay you.
Well, I mean, I guess that's a legal question. My understanding would be when you obligate these funds and go under contract, but that's a legal question. I think similar to your capital investments, whatever happens in Tallahassee at that point can't turn around a contracted obligation. Is that correct?
That is correct. Okay.
Yeah, but at this point, we don't even know what is going to happen with Tallahassee. There's not a Senate companion bill. We're now we will be negotiating against ourselves there. So I think that the time is right. We need to make a decision today, and not, so that these gentlemen who are here, they have negotiated countless deals over the last 35, 40 years for Steve.
Years.
They know what they're doing. They know how to go in and leverage what we have. What we will have to do is empower them to do so, where they know what the bottom line is, what the numbers are. So for me, Commissioner Scott, did they answer your question?
Well, I have more than one question. I was just asking just from a logistics standpoint. I had other questions, though.
All right, go ahead.
But Commissioner Wilson, I'll let her.
I just wanted to clarify also, because I think we framed it with this way, and then we've done, I think, a pretty incredible, dive into some of the specifics. But this entire agenda item was a result of our negotiations in 2024 in order to pull this out and cap it at 10. So I kind of wanted to frame that also, that was part of our agreement to pull it out and to be able to have these conversations, but it was that capped at 10. That was my question, and it was part of our agreement to reframe those dollars. Am I stating that accurately?
That's correct. You chose to renegotiate. In fact, you kind of reallocated Visit Orlando's dollars into this fund versus creating new dollars out of, over the waterfall or out of the reserve, however you want to look at it, and had Visit Orlando put their funding into this pot, and that's the sources to be used for these kind of events.
I just wanted to be able to frame it within the context of that.
Okay. Because time is of the essence. We do have the 2 o'clock. The discussion that we were going to have after this one, I'm going to move it at some point to another time, but we'll talk about that in just a few moments. Commissioner Scott, go ahead and finish your questions.
Sure. I had two additional questions, so whoever feels qualified to answer this. So the second question is, like, when you are negotiating these different agreements, you have multiple organizations, you're going back and forth. To what degree they can legally, these different planners, they talk and say, you know, Orlando's good or bad based on a given thing. Does that help you to be able to say that we have secured or we are in the process of securing other events? Like if I'm one organization, I'm like, hey, what was the experience with you when you went to Orlando? Does that help you, or can you speak to that?
No, absolutely. I think the way that this community works to position itself to attract tourism matters, right? And everybody involved in that ecosystem. You all have been so generous to both of us. We have huge events, you're there. You're shaking hands, you're representing this community. You take time out of your day to be there. I know you're not dying to be at the stadium or walking around in the heat, but you're out there, you know, whether we're hosting Real Madrid, Juventus, or WWE or anything else. And so it matters. And I think this process, this pot that's available, it's available in a lot of other big markets that we compete with. So there's an acknowledgement there, right? But the way that I think that we illustrate to them what we believe we can do and that what we ultimately go and do matters. And so we don't want to kind of unwind that after, you know, we kind of get to the goal line, right? But we're not doing that here. I think we're here to get to that next step, which is this is our offer. It's now final.
Okay. And then Commissioner Sunrad, she was spot on in her comments in terms of the replenishment of TDC. She made a valid point. And Commissioner Uribe talked to, you know, some degree about the impact on the small businesses. For me, and I'm going to share what I'm thinking, and you kind of refine or help me out with this thought. So if I, as an individual, go to Jacksonville for a game, I'm going for the game. Maybe I'll hit the beach, but I'm going for the game. But then if I, as an individual, come to Orlando for a game, I may stay to go. We have new Michelin restaurants. I've seen the list. So I may go to a restaurant or go to any one of the different attractions down here. And so I think knowing that, I think to some degree it may offset the numbers that are organic to Jacksonville versus what happens here. And so even though a certain percentage will be people who live here, I think the people that do come here may do more than just see the game by staying a day before or after to attend other activities, because not saying Jacksonville is good or bad, I think we just have more to offer to what you spoke to. And so I'm just curious in terms of my understanding of what you shared. Am I on the mark? Am I off? Or help me out.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely on the mark, and I think Commissioner Uribe accentuated that as well. It's all of the, you know, when you talk total impact, beyond just the TDT collection of people staying in hotel rooms, which is what funds this resource, right, which is very, very important. But the fact that they stop and go to Fun Spot or play at a putt-putt course or eat at a restaurant or go into the grocery store or a mom-and-pop restaurant or one of our many Michelin startups that make us so proud, that's what that impact is driving. So the investment we're making to get, call it for the entire season, $160 million of total impact, it's all those other businesses that you're wanting to support, you know. So when things start to slow down and dry up, you want to bring 8 new opportunities for people to be in our destination to drive that economy. Certainly they're paying with sales tax, a lot of things that help us as local residents pay less overall. So it's a good thing. And to your point on Jacksonville, I'm kind of pleasantly astonished by how successful they've been with visitation in their community. It's a great community, but it's not Orlando. Vegas chose to invest multi-billion dollars in a stadium because they believed having an NFL team would drive visitation to see the Raiders. And it has, and they're the standard bearer in the league. I would argue our market is on par with Vegas for different reasons, but on par with Vegas. So to think that we're not going to drive that kind of visitation, and they've hit as many as 60%, just defies reality. So I'm impressed with what Jacksonville's done at 26 or 27%. I think we'll be closer, like I said, to 38% out-of-market overnight stay visitation per game.
I have a request for the future, right? You don't have to answer it now, but I know you all collect varying degrees of data and you share that with your respective organizations. I would love for you in future conversations, whether it's at the dais or in briefings with us, kind of flesh it out a little bit more. What is that individual impact to those small businesses? I mean, I know a lot of people benefit from parking at Camping World, but I don't know what that number is. And so just looking at other ways to capture the impact beyond TDT,
absolutely,
I think would serve to help us understand, you know, this business in District 6 or District 3 or District 4 or 1 or wherever, they're able to be impacted in this dollar amount or in this revenue generation. So I would love to.
Happy to do that. We actually have done some transportation heat studies about where they're staying and which roads they're driving to get here. It's pretty fascinating, so we'll get into that.
That helps us know how to go home from work and avoid traffic jams. Thank you.
All right, so trying to manage the time here. We've run a bit over on this one. There's a requested action. I'm going to move approval of the requested action.
Mayor, just a moment, just from a procedural standpoint, Commissioner Simrad did make a motion. I don't know if she got a second, so I think, should we address that first?
She didn't get a second. That was not the appropriate time at that.
No, what I'm saying, from our rules of procedure, she made a motion.
There was not a second?
Mayor, she didn't, no one made a second because you told her to hold on so we can answer the question. So I just want to just recognize that from a process standpoint. If she didn't get a second, it isn't kind of clearly articulated. So I'm just saying from a process, she made a motion. No one didn't get a chance to make a second because you made the statement saying, hey, let's hear the other commissioner. So I just want to make sure that she has the opportunity to get a second if someone wants to second her, then move on to the action, just to be fair.
All right. But if you want to do that, we certainly can. Is there Commissioner Simrad's motion? You can restate it. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to separate number 5 as an individual vote of consideration.
All right. Is there a second to bifurcate out number 5? Okay, there's not a second. I move approval of the request.
Second, Uribe.
There's a second on this. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
Okay, the motion passes 6-1. With that, we do look forward to continuing the dialogue, hearing more how the negotiations go. Because we really didn't break, we have the 2 o'clock that was slated to start the afternoon session. I think what we'll do, we'll go into recess until 2 o'clock, and we'll reconvene. And I think, Byron, with the final discussion item for this morning, with the update regarding corrections and some of the impacts there on the jail with immigration policy, we can either do it first thing at 2 o'clock, or we can move it to the end of the day. Do you have a preference?
There may be, I know there were folks here, Mayor, so I would suggest obviously board discussion, but to do it first thing at 2 o'clock.
Okay, we'll do it first thing at 2 o'clock, and so we'll reconvene. That gives us just a few minutes to, since we've been here for
Please don't forget Christmas.
almost 5 hours.
Please don't forget Christmas Civic, too.
The variance request was laid on the table, so if you want to take that up as soon as you get back, or you can take it up now.
Yeah, we can.
It's quick. It should be quick.
Okay. Let's see. Do we have everybody here? Okay. Commissioner Uribe, we're going to take care of one item of business very quickly here. And this was the item that we kind of laid on the table. This was the issue regarding the Christmas Community Center Association. Is there, I wanted to make sure that everyone had a copy of the request. I think all of you have that copy of the request that came in. Commissioner Simrad was making a motion to approve the waiver of the fee, which was $638 for the application for the variance. That is your motion, correct?
Second.
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Wilson. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and
Thank
it
you,
is
everyone.
unanimous. Okay, got it?